Okay. Fucking camera. Whoa. Big cringe. Okay. What's up, guys? Ugh. God, it's so sunny today in my town. I've had a good day so far. Have you guys? What's in the box? Wouldn't you like to know? Fucking pedo. Gonna go live on Twitch too? Maybe. Maybe. I consider it. Hang on. Yeah, why not? Let's go Twitch. You going live on Kick? I've not been invited to Kick. I thought you had to get invited. Or maybe you don't. I don't give a fuck about Kick anyway. I don't know why it needs so many platforms. Why would I need that many fucking avenues? God. Weird. What about Rumble? I could go Rumble, just spice things up. Tactical Rumble stream. That's where you go when you complain about being cancelled, right? Oh. That's where you got to state your true opinion, flanges. But true. That is where I state my true opinion. My true love for Lebanese Christian fascism. What are we talking about today? There's quite a bit of news. We're going to have to do some speculating, some concluding, but we'll see. What to do first, though? I don't know. I know I had to finish off someone's history breakdown. I know I have to do that at some point. Because it's been 6 months, isn't it? It's been 6 months since this awful war started. Holy shit. It's actually kind of amazing that people are still talking about it, though. I would have thought people would have just stopped giving a fuck after a month, so I guess that's encouraging, I suppose. In spite of everything. One day he'll read the ICJ dissenting opinion. I don't even... Fuck. What? Bro, my Reddit's so funny. There's a huge problem with my subreddit. I don't know why. I don't know how it happened. It might be the video essay audience, but there's not that many of them. I feel like you guys would be a lot more active than the video essay audience. But who knows? The problem is that it's Reddit. That is a problem as well, I suppose. Ooh! Yeah, we'll see. What does he hate about the sub? It's just Can you squat 100 kilograms? Yeah. Not very well, but I can, yeah. I don't know what the problem is, and I need to learn my lesson about this, I make it more of a decision about this. The problem with my Reddit is that it's very, very populated by people who are they've decided as a priori that, for example, that Israel is like targeting aid workers deliberately because they want to prolong a famine in the north that they've already been engineering by blocking aid and allowing protesters to stop the fuck. That's their conclusion, and everything they do is like worked back from that. And I often humor those people when I'm talking about this kind of stuff. Like I might just throw that argument in. Like, well, if you think this, well, you might have to contend with this, and this. But I don't know if I want to entertain that shit anymore. It just feels like it's wasting my time. I feel like if you're there, you're probably unconvincible because you were not reasoned into that position. There's no way you were. So why the fuck would I try to reason someone out of it? I don't know. Especially with this fucking... See, even what Misha Spencer's saying here, momentary lapse of judgment or honest mistake isn't a priori. It's a good thing no one's saying honest mistake or momentary lapse of judgment. That's not a conclusion that I have like cemented myself to ever. So you just made a conclusion about my a priori conclusions. I don't even fucking know. God. That's exactly what Netanyahu... Do you think this is a fucking pro-Netanyahu community? The fuck is wrong with you? This is why I don't want to entertain people who have these positions, because there's no point. They don't know who the fuck they're talking to. And this is why I noticed that the reason that people like you, Misha, have such a fucking hard time at growing your movement, that's the reason fucking Bernie lost, the reason fucking Corbyn lost, among other things, is that you guys are so fucking horrible at convincing people who don't already agree with you. You don't even want to try half the time, like because you don't know who you're arguing with. The only way that you manage to get your way around people who you oppose is by strawmanning the fuck out of them. That's why you think liberals think all the same shit as fascists, and that's why you like. It's just you don't know who you're talking to, nor do you care. Like I don't know. And I don't really know why I need to entertain that fucking style of thinking. If you are set in stone on the idea that that aid convoy was targeted because it was an aid convoy, because the chain of command, all the way from the top to the bottom, decided that it was worth taking out 7 international workers and taking all the blowback from it and potentially losing their political allies because it was a higher priority to deprive northern Gazans of 3 vehicles worth of food that evening, that night. If you are stuck on that position, if you are immovable from that position, then what's the point in talking to you? You can like just go there. Unfortunately, there are lots of other channels bigger than mine who will easily fucking tell you that story for you. You can go there and then just spend the rest of the fucking conflict shadowboxing an imaginary enemy and being absolutely politically useless and ineffective and having no fucking idea how to actually about what could actually help people who are suffering right now. So, I see. Even assuming that Israelis are irrational actors and a priori. No, it's not. You fucking historically illiterate piece of shit retard. No, it's not. If you knew anything about the way that Zionist leaders have engaged with the international community since the movement was fucking born, is that all of them care quite a lot about what the rest of the world thinks about them to one extent or another. Because when they forsake international support, they pay a price for it. So no, you're actually wrong. You just made something up. You just a priori another a priori fucking conclusion. You did it again. You're just making up as you go along. What's the point? What is the point in you? There's no point in you. You are useless to this discussion. You're adding nothing. Get the fuck out. Get the actual fuck out. Bye bye. Tolerated that shit way too long. God damn it. What a fucking absolute fucking waste of human skin. Jesus Christ. Okay. Ooh. What is the point in you as a new favorite insult? I mean, that one just slid out. God. Do you need a Snickers? What? I hate these things. I hate these AI. I'm not the perfect guy. It's so stupid. Okay, whatever. Maybe it's because I'm over the age of 17 and a half. I don't know. Maybe that's why I don't like it. Would you call yourself a Zionist? This isn't some gotcha. I'm just curious on your perspective historically. I probably would have, but nah, not anymore. Nah. Nah, now I'm actually more of a fucking revisionist. I'm more of a as just as a rational response to what I've been seeing online is I'm actually no, now I'm actually just like an Irgun fighter. I'm a fucking Etzel representative. That's what I am. I'm the guy, what is it, Jabotinsky? I'm a brick in the iron wall. That's what I am now. Hmm. Whew. I love those little Ukrainian hogs. It's a good emote. Good. Well done. Loner, I'm generally pro-Israel, but I feel like that Misha ban is a bit harsh. It's not impossible that Hassan is like or correct, just very improbable. If that's your position, that's fine. But I'm not banning people like Misha for thinking it's very improbable, but still possible. Nothing's impossible. Even that, I don't think is 100% impossible. It's more like 99.9% impossible. But if people want to believe, if you want to believe that, they can just engage. But if your argument is literally like Israel is not a rational actor and doesn't give a fuck what the rest of the world thinks about them, and assuming that they do care about international opinion is an a priori fucking conclusion, then you're just not you're not here to you're not actually here to push that argument. You're not. You're just here to roadblock the conversation and just like taking pride in the fact that you are like an immovable slab of bullshit. Like, yeah, there's a difference there. There are probably still people in this community who do believe that Israel targeted aid workers because they wanted to limit the fucking caloric intake in the north of Gaza to starvation levels and shit like that on purpose. And they were willing to risk international condemnation to do it. But they might actually be willing to push the argument forward and actually provide like rational explanations for why they think that's the case. And those people, I don't agree with them, but they're welcome to stay. The problem is there's a pretty fucking tight Venn diagram between people who believe that and people who are not rational. So, you know. Hmm. These are the same people who accuse everyone and their mother of being Hasbara, but now they apparently believe Israel doesn't care about its image. That's the problem though, is right, is when every fucking conclusion, it's when every fact basically leads you to the same conclusion. It's when all fucking roads lead to Rome. The all roads lead to Rome fallacy, which I didn't come up with. It was actually an old friend. And if I don't say that, she'll get angry at me. So, okay. Let me see. I think this all roads fallacy, all roads lead to Rome. The person who came up with that sent me a fucking equation for it, which I'm gonna see if I can find it. Someone actually sent me the fucking if X then Y bullshit thing, the formal logic. Here it is. Okay. I think it would be this. And I don't know what this means, so maybe I can give it to fucking Dr. Avi and the Ask Yourself Discord can fucking jizz over it for the next 10 years. I don't know, let's see. Because they like this kind of stuff. I think it would be... if X, then Y, then it would be if, is it this sign for not X? Z, Y, wait, is it, fuck, I already don't get this. Let me see. I'll see what, so, and I think, what was I told? So it's like a conspiracy theory, right? So I think apparently X represents information that confirms the conspiracy, and Z represents the conspiratorial control of available information. Hmm. And Y is the conspiracy statement. So X is information that confirms the conspiracy. I don't understand this though. Someone just sent this to me and I don't know what these two fucking signs mean. Oh god. Stop using your brain and start using your heart. True. Fuck it, man. Should I? If not X, then Z, then Y. Oh. Oh, I get you. This thing shouldn't be here. This bullshit doesn't. This is not adding anything. Okay. Okay. This is it. This is why all roads lead to Rome. Okay, I got you. Okay. So Y represents the conspiracy. X represents information that confirms the conspiracy. And Z is the conspiratorial control of the information. That's it. Okay. So if X, it confirms the conspiracy. If it's not X, then you take it and turn it into and fucking mangle it into Z, which leads you to the conspiracy. So it's basically that all fucking available information confirms the conspiracy. That's it. There we go. Apparently you can simplify it. You could simplify it to, I think, although I prefer this one because this one makes more sense to me. You could also simplify it to I don't know what the fucking V means. Apparently V has a universal meaning in formal prop logic. I don't know. Oh, V means or. Vibes. So if it's X or if it's not X, it always leads to Y. But I prefer this because the Z gives you the thought process that's leading you to turn a not X into an X. Or to lead an X to a Y, a not X to a Y. Okay. So this is just Occam's razor. Nope. What am I looking at? What's this?
I'm telling you, Gel King is the ultimate Sigma grind set.
You've gone full skibbity on this one, Mr. Morris. Gel King,
I've already
really?
seen this.
It's all about gooning.
Why are you sending me the same fucking meme like weeks later, you stupid fuck? Fuck off. How autistic do you think I am? That we can just do the same meme every fucking week. Stupid. Anyway. I want to finish this PDF. Hang on. Timeline of conflict. Name removed. Okay. Mr. Borelli. Oh, God. I think we got up to 1946, 41 to 46. So if you weren't here yesterday, it's your loss. I'm not going to tell you why we're reading this, okay? Let's just go. So the pro-Israeli narrative on 1941 to 1946. Haj Amin al-Husseini visits Hitler. In 41, the former Mufti of Jerusalem was expelled from Palestine and Iraq for inciting rebellions. Actually, he was expelled before that, so not in 41. He fled to Europe, where he formed an Arab legion to fight for the Axis against the Allies. He then met with Hitler, who promised to put an end to the Jewish homeland in Palestine. Husseini would then pressure European leaders to stop sending Jewish refugees to Palestine. Instead, he consulted them to send Jews to German-controlled Poland, where they would be sent to concentration camps. Ouch. Not good. The Biltmore Conference. Zionist leadership meets at Biltmore Hotel in New York to announce the need for a Jewish state in Palestine. David Ben-Gurion specifically called for the admission of 2 million Jews into Palestine, especially as Jews were facing persecution throughout Nazi Europe. Nazi-occupied Europe. Resistance to the White Paper. The Irgun and Leahy began terrorist attacks on British immigration offices following restrictions on Jewish refugees escaping the Holocaust. Meanwhile, the Yishuv went on to illegally sneak in thousands of Jewish refugees. Ben-Gurion would blame the British immigration restrictions on Jewish death during the Holocaust. Okay. He would blame the deaths on the British, not you would blame the restrictions on Jewish death. Okay. King David Hotel bombing. This is in the pro-Zionist side of the argument. Okay. The Irgun bombed the King David Hotel in Jerusalem, which was a British military and administrative headquarters. The attack killed 91 people, including civilian Jews, Arabs, and Britons. The Haganah condemned the attack, but British officials accused all Jews of complicity in the attack. Oh, didn't know that. Yeah, they were really not getting along at that time, eh? Not one bit. The Palestinian side of that 5 years of World War II, basically, Palestinians in World War II. 12,000 Arab Palestinians volunteered to fight for the Allies during World War II, but they received less recognition compared to Jewish forces since they were not organized into a single brigade. Oh, I remember reading that. Yeah. At the Biltmore Conference, Zionists held a conference in New York City to officially announce their intention to convert Palestine, a region with a two-thirds Arab majority, into a Jewish state. 1944 was the formation of the Arab League. Egypt, Iraq, Transjordan, Saudi Arabia, and Syria formed the Arab League to represent the interests of Arab states. The League was initially seen as a puppet organization representing the British, especially since its signatories held close alliances with the Brits. The League would go on to call for Palestinian independence soon after its creation. Okay. And the Anglo-American Committee of Inquiry. This, I remember that. This is where the fucking Saudi king behaved like a total fucking weirdo towards the British and American politicians, offering them fucking guided tours of his harem and shit. British and American officials formed a committee to decide how to resettle Jewish refugees in the aftermath of the Holocaust. Palestinian representatives attended meetings and spoke concerningly of Zionist intentions to displace Arab Palestinians, as well as the instability that would occur if more Jews were permitted into Palestine. Despite this, the committee voted to permit 100,000 Jewish refugees to settle in Palestine, all while the US and the UK refused to accept refugees. I feel like this critique here, I think this works if you want to criticize Western European powers and Americans for not admitting Jewish refugees, because they obviously should have. And there are probably plenty of Jews who would have chosen this over Palestine. I think that's a good critique, but it works if you're wanting to attack the Western powers. I don't think it really serves as an attack on the Zionists, though, because it wasn't the Zionists' fault that refugees weren't allowed into the UK and the US and fucking the rest of Europe. It wasn't their fault that they didn't really have anywhere else to go. Anyway. (1947). The UNSCOP partition plan, May to August. So UNSCOP is basically the committee that was involved in drafting the partition plan. The British handed over the issue of Palestine to the UN following terrorist attacks from the Leahy and Irgun against British soldiers. The UN planned to give Jews 55% of Palestine, with much of the land being the Negev desert. It would be about half, right? The 500,000 Jews in their state would share citizenship with 400,000 Arabs. The AHC boycotted meetings, losing their opportunity to represent Palestinians. The partition vote. The United Nations votes 2/3 in favor of partition, even uniting the United States and the Soviet Union. Arab delegates threatened war over any attempt to implement their plan, showing their rejection of international law. What? Oh no. Remember, it was a General Assembly resolution, non-binding, okay? Non-legally binding, obviously. Not even... So the Arab narrative on UNSCOP. Jews represent 37% of the population of Palestine, yet the UN would grant them 55% of the land. This represented a dramatic increase from the 7% of land privately owned by the Jews at the time. Palestinian Arabs boycotted meetings, claiming they went against the UN Charter's principle of self-determination. Village assessments. Before the UN vote, Zionist officials analyzed Palestinian villages in their region, according to the partition plan, to assess their economic importance. They used this information to produce an almanac, which was later given to military generals during the Civil War. The most valuable villages would experience higher rates of Arab displacement. Ooh. Partition vote. The UN partition vote gained a 2/3 majority after the United States threatened smaller countries with economic sanctions if they voted against partition, particularly Greece and Liberia. Hey, this is my point. No one else brings this up. Even I've never heard a pro-Palestinian person bring up this point about the partition plan, ever. Maybe it's because it comes from Morris, but yeah. Yeah, they did actually coerce Greece and Liberia into accepting the plan. Oh, there's a note against Khalidi here. Note: Khalidi does not discuss the civil war in this book. He glosses over it by calling it a bitterly fought campaign that culminated in a countrywide Zionist offensive. This implies that the Palestinian narrative may not always see the civil war as important. Meanwhile, the Zionist narrative likely finds it important since it explains the escalation of violence leading to the Nakba, mass expulsion of Palestinians. In effect, the Zionist narrative can blame the Nakba on an uncontrollable escalation of violence rather than a premeditated ethnic cleansing. Did it matter? I think the UN vote was pretty tight, no? The British abstained. What was the final vote? UN partition plan vote 19... I think it was close, no? Or was it? Actually, no, it wasn't. It was 13 voted for, 33 voted for, 13 against. So I don't think coercing those two nations would have achieved the... Or did it need a certain majority, though? I think it needed a certain majority. It needed a... Didn't it need a supermajority? Wait. Required a 2/3 majority. Not counting abstaining and absent members. Huh? What does that mean? Of the valid votes. Oh, okay. Of the valid votes. That's still 2/3? Hang on. Fuck me. So that means that there are only 46 valid votes. Jesus. Let's go. 30. Is it rounded up? 31? So they would have just about got it. Well, actually... Yeah, no, they would have, yeah. So yeah, it didn't pass with fucking flying colors or whatever, yeah. Still. But this one I think is pretty valid because I often hear people... I probably used to make this argument as well, is when people say that like it had nothing, it wasn't to do with war because 200,000 or 300,000 people had already been displaced before the war started. It's like a claim you hear from the pro-Palestinian side, but that's because they don't really count the civil war as part of the war. They only count the external Arab forces entering the territory, even though like there was still the fight for Jerusalem happening, that there was still for most of that civil war, the Zionists were on the defensive. There were also still a whole bunch of, what do you call it, irregulars who were foreign forces in Palestine at that time as well. But, yeah. Were Greece and Liberia on the Security Council? It didn't matter. It's just that they had votes in the General Assembly. The General Assembly needed either 31 or 30 votes to pass the partition plan. They got 33. But it might be the case that two countries were coerced, so it was pretty close. And maybe some of the abstentions might have changed if they knew that was happening. I don't fucking know. Yeah. The number of people expelled is grossly higher than any number that fought in the war. Yeah, of course. Yeah, like the overwhelming majority of the 700,000 people who were displaced were not combatants. Yeah, obviously. Yeah. Like basically all of them, yeah. Very few of them were combatants. And even less of them would have been offensive combatants. There might have been a lot of combatants who were defending their villages and shit like that, but yeah. Ugh. All right. The Civil War. Bus attacks. This was the bus attacks that were right after the partition plan, but they had nothing to do with the partition plan, these attacks. They just happened to happen after the thing. Oh, after the fact. 6,000 Palestinian combatants. Yeah, I think that's about right. Okay. A group of 30 Arabs shot up a bus in Kfar Sirkin several hours after the partition vote, killing 5 Jews. They then killed 2 more people after firing onto a second bus 25 minutes later. Jerusalem riot. But I get the point of this isn't that it was motivated by the partition resolution. The point of it is that it was the first act of violence that led to the kind of snowballing of the civil war. A large mob of Arabs attacked Jews and Jewish shops with sticks and knives. The Haganah discovered that the mob was led by AHC officials. Oh, no. Arab roadside ambushes. A series of ambushes against Jewish targets led to the deaths of 5 Jews. Oil refinery massacre in Haifa. An Irgun squad killed 6 Arab workers in a drive-by bombing near the Haifa oil refinery. Arab workers responded by killing 39 Jewish workers in the refinery. Damn. Fucking... Bus attacks. Are we talking about Second Intifada 2024? That is the strangest sentence I've ever read in my entire life. Bomber of Doom. The fuck? Haganah retaliation. December 31st. The Haganah responded to the refinery massacre by killing 60 civilian Arabs in the villages of Balad al-Sheikh and Hawassa. There, many of the refinery workers lived. They executed men after pulling them out of households, but avoided women and children. Morris, page 219. Okay. So, big Palestinian section on the Civil War. The Abu Kishk gang ambushed Jewish buses in Jerusalem. However, Jewish intelligence concluded that the attack was not related to the UN vote or Arab nationalism. It was motivated by gang violence. Jerusalem protests and riots. Arab demonstrators protested the UN vote to partition Palestine. Demonstrations erupted into riots targeting Jewish businesses. Reporters and Zionist leaders noted a growing reluctance among Arabs to continue protests, since most Palestinians personally felt unaffected by the UN vote. Interesting. Haganah violent reconnaissance December-February. The Haganah started enacting a plan of intimidation in preparation for war. They would enter villages and warn villagers against joining the Arab Liberation Army. Haganah soldiers would then fire randomly at houses. This was first done against 2 villages in December, Beit Afa and Deir Ayyub. This strategy would later include the expulsion of civilians, followed up by the bombing of homes. Irgun Haifa refinery bombing. A squad of Irgun soldiers coordinated with the Haganah in its campaign of intimidation by conducting a drive-by bombing against Palestinians standing at a bus stop outside the Haifa oil refinery. Workers retaliated. This was the last Palestinian act of retaliation towards Jewish civilians. Interesting. Balad al-Sheikh. Oh, he's just kind of doing the same stories, but from a different perspective. Okay. Apparently, this was when Zionist leadership decided that distinguishing between men and women would no longer be necessary in future events. I wonder why Pape thinks that. Hmm. Hmm. The long seminar. Zionist leaders met at Ben Gurion's home to discuss the course of the war. Ben Gurion concluded that the Arab villages needed to be attacked to create collateral damage. He specified that this meant all attacks needed to end with occupation, destruction, and expulsion. Okay. Let me see. 107. Oh, it's not fucking page numbered. Oh my god. Why do you do that? Hmm. Is it here? Oh yeah. Long seminar. This is when they're deciding to go on the offensive, I would imagine. As a true colonialist, at first he saw no need to expel the natives. All he wanted was to exploit them. In the long seminar, he also appeared taken by Weitz's notion that without transfer, there will be no Jewish state. Indeed, there was hardly a dissenting voice, which is why the long seminar is such a pivotal meeting in this story. Its departure point, accepted by all, was that ethnic cleansing was necessary. The remaining questions, or rather problems, were sort of psychological and logistical nature. Ideologues such as Weitz, Orientalists such as Machnes, and army generals such as Alon complained that their troops had not yet properly absorbed the previous orders they had been given to expand operations beyond the usual selective actions. The main problem, as they saw it, was that they seemed unable to put behind them the old methods of retaliation. They are still blowing up a house here and a house there, said Gad Machnis, a colleague of Danin and Palmon, who ironically was to become the Director General of the Israeli Ministry for Minorities in 49. But back then, in January 48, he seemed impatient that the Jewish troops were still engaged in searching for guilty individuals in each location, instead of actively inflicting damage. This is Ilan Pape, yeah. Alon and Palmon now set out to explain the new orientation to their colleagues. There was a need for a more aggressive policy in areas that had been quiet for too long. There was no need to persuade Ben Gurion. By the end of the long seminar, he had given the green light to a whole series of provocative and lethal attacks in Arab villages, some as retaliation, some not, the intention of which was to cause optimal damage and kill as many villagers as possible. And when he heard that the first targets proposed for the new policy were all in the south, he demanded a trial action in the south as well. Oh, in the north, sorry, trial action in the south. But it had to be specific, not general. In this, he suddenly revealed himself as a vindictive bookkeeper. He pushed for an attack on the town of Beersheba, particularly targeting the heads of Al-Hajj Salmeh ibn Said, the deputy mayor, and his brother, who in the past had both refused to collaborate with the Zionist plans for settlement in the area. There was no need, stressed Ben Gurion, to distinguish any more between the innocent and the guilty. The time had come for inflicting collateral damage. Danin recalled years later that Ben Gurion had spelled out what collateral damage meant. Every attack has to end with occupation, destruction, expulsion. Danin even claimed that some specific villages were discussed. Okay. 51. Danin's testimony. Uh. I wonder what Morris's telling of that particular thing is. This was, what was it called again? The long seminar. Doesn't mention it. Weitz left the long seminar with a permit to create his own small cabal under the title of a transfer committee, and by the next meeting showed up with concrete plans about which more will be said below. It's weird that he's using this because the transfer committee was never authorized by the government. So what's he saying here? This was also the only meeting of the consultancy for which we have a protocol found in the archives of the Haganah. For this long seminar, Weitz had prepared a memo personally addressed to Ben-Gurion in which he urged the leader to endorse his plans for transferring the Palestinian population out of areas the Jews wanted to occupy, and to make such actions the cornerstone of Zionist policy. He obviously felt that the theoretical stage of transfer plans was over. The time to start implementing the ideas had come. In fact, Weitz left the long seminar with a permit to create his own small cabal under the title of a transfer committee, and by the next meeting, showed up with concrete plans about which more will be said below. Does he ever say that the transfer committee wasn't authorized? I wonder if he... Ethnic cleansing necessary. Oh, this is before it. Interesting. I wonder if this Danin guy is mentioned elsewhere. Or even when they mention collateral damage. No. He's mentioned quite a bit. It's weird because there's not really any quotes, like full quotes I can drag from this. I wonder, when was the dates for this? The long seminar, December 31st. Hard to find Hebrew sources on this. Retaliated raiding villages. Okay, so there's a retaliation on Balad al-Sheikh. Oh, this is to do with the refinery massacre. Okay. The raid was criticized in the Yeshuv's Defense Committee. Rifton argued that many of the refinery workers had not participated in the pogrom. A few actually had protected Jews, but the raids on Balad al-Sheikh and Hawassa were conducted indiscriminately and there is no knowing who was hit. Moreover, the incident had been provoked by the Etzel bombing attack. Ben-Gurion responded that discrimination is impossible. We are at war, and in war you cannot make individual differentiation between villages, yes, but not between individuals. What reference is that? Oh, shit. Fuck. I'm not gonna find it. Oh, no. That 201, was it? That does not look like it. God. So this is from a similar date. Discrimination is impossible. We're at 207. Fuck. So the footnotes for that are here. Protocol of the Defense Committee. Is this the same quote? Is this the same thing that they're referencing? It's around the same time. Oh. A few hours before the people of Balad al-Sheikh were massacred. There was no need to distinguish between the innocent and the guilty. But what he actually said was, Discrimination is impossible. We're at war, and in war you cannot make individual differentiation, but you can between villages. Huh. But this is just someone else's years later saying what collateral damage means. But if you're saying every attack has to end with occupation, destruction, and expulsion, how does that square with him saying that you can distinguish between villages? Huh. What else happens 31st December? Hmm. I'm beginning to see why. Mr. Morris said you have to be careful with this book. He actually said worse than that, but whatever. I guess it's not completely incompatible. The idea that so there's nothing of them saying like that this thing here, every attack has to end with occupation, destruction, and expulsion. Because obviously this never became the policy. Huh. Well, it's really strange. Okay. Cabal. Okay. Well, whatever. Ooh. Lehi Jaffa bombing. The Lehi killed 26 Arab civilians after detonating a truck full of explosives outside the Jaffa City Hall. Why is that in the pro-Zionist side? Okay. Haganah Semiramis hotel bombing. The Haganah bombed a part of the Semiramis Hotel in Jerusalem where it believed terrorist groups were stationed. 26 civilians were killed. Palma Abu Sham bombing. The Palma, a Haganah unit, killed 30 Arabs after car bombing the Abu Sham garage in downtown Haifa after it suspected similar bombs were being built for use against the Jews. Battle of the Roads. Arab ambushes against Jewish communities and traffic sparked battles between the Haganah and Arab Liberation Army to secure roadways around Jewish settlements. Yeah, I remember this whole thing. The Haganah was mostly on the defensive and suffered heavy losses. The Haganah offensive in March. By March, the Haganah concluded that it needed to begin conquering Arab villages. This is because Jews were losing the defensive war on the roads and the British evacuation date was drawing closer. Meanwhile, they anticipated an invasion by the armies of the surrounding Arab states. The offensive would stop Arab ambushes on Jewish settlements and prepare the Haganah for a larger war. Plan D. The Haganah drew up specific plans to take over Arab villages, urban centers, and strategic areas vacated by the British within the partitioned Jewish state. The plan prioritized securing Jewish Jerusalem. The purpose was to prepare for the Arab invasion, especially since the Yishuv saw itself as fighting a war for its survival. Jewish fears were driven by what was perceived as, brackets, very good, genocidal rhetoric coming from the Arab leaders planning their invasion. Why is my fucking camera doing the thing again? Hey, stop. Stop. Okay. There you seen somehow in the Zionist side. Okay, the Irgun and Lehi massacred a village of men, women, and children with bullets and grenades. Their bodies were then driven through Jewish West Jerusalem in trucks in a victory parade and then dumped in Arab East Jerusalem. The Irgun and Lehi then inflated the casualty count, stating that they had killed 254 villagers. This would strike fear into nearby Arab villages and trigger mass flight. The real casualties were between 100 and 110 killed. The Haganah condemned this massacre. The Hadassah Medical Convoy Massacre, April 13th. Arab militiamen shot up a convoy of several dozen Jews, mostly doctors and nurses, on their way to the Hadassah Hospital, Hebrew University. The militia then lit the buses on fire after 6 hours of shooting. 70 Jews were killed in this incident. The Kfar Etzion massacre, 120 Jews killed during an Arab raid on the Kfar Etzion kibbutz. A survivor's account claims that many of them were killed after they surrendered. Israeli Declaration of Independence. Leaders of the Yishuv gathered in the Tel Aviv Museum to hear Ben-Gurion announce Israel's Declaration of Independence. That same day, the surrounding Arab states of Egypt, Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, and Jordan invaded Israel through an attack on civilian population centers in Tel Aviv. I mean, Jordan. People should stop calling what Lebanon did a fucking invasion. It's so stupid. I know 5 armies sounds better than 4, but at the end of the day, Lebanon did fuck all, right? They did absolutely fuck all. Anyway. Leave Lebanon out of this, please. We're so small. Lebanon still invaded. They just ran away. No, they didn't invade. What they did was actually classed as what you would call hostilities, David. And that's the words of Benny Morris himself. I can show you if you don't believe me. There were a group of Lebanese, I think, irregulars or like a small troop that went in to take one village, but then they fucked off and they ran away because as the IDF were advancing back on it. They just fired fucking shots over the border is what Lebanon mostly did. Let's maybe find the quote. Ugh. It's all about perception at the end of the day. Wow. What a fucking incredible contribution to the conversation. Let's see. Where is this whole spiel about Lebanon and the Zionists? Because I'm pretty sure Lebanon mostly staying out of the 48 war was deliberate. No, this is not. This is to do with the Zionists trying to push for a Maronite rebellion during the war. Where is the quote? Huh. This whole part was quite interesting. I might read the whole thing one day, but let's see. Like on stream. I've already read the whole thing, but I might read it on stream one day. It's about Maronites having an understanding with the Yishuv, Jewish agency, blah, 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 blah. There was one Sunni Muslim journalist turned politician who was actually in Zionist pay. Interesting. Oh, during the 48 war, Israeli officials hoped for a Maronite-led rebellion that would perhaps lead Lebanon towards a peace treaty with Israel. Ben-Gurion wrote, "The weak link in the Arab coalition is Lebanon. The Muslim rule is artificial and easy to undermine. A Christian state must be established, whose southern border will be the Litany. We will sign a treaty with it." No rebellion occurred, but Prime Minister Riyad al-Suh in effect kept Lebanon out of the conflict, going through the motions of hostility rather than actually fighting. I mean, I guess you can call it like a Yeah, I don't know. It just feels like you need to add a caveat when you say 5 armies invaded, because what Jordan and Egypt did was quite a lot to begin with, whereas Lebanon, like, it's just weird. Oh shit. Anyway, Iraq was memeing quite a bit as well. Yeah, they did meme, didn't they? Anyway, where are we? All right. The refugee problem. 700,000 Arab Palestinians fled their homes during 48, mostly during the Civil War before the founding of Israel. Well, I don't think it was mostly during the Civil War, wasn't it? A lot of them left during the Civil War, but I think it was still less than 350,000, but okay. This was not caused by a single policy of expulsion. Rather, it was a side effect of war. Word of massacres, Deir Yassin spread and triggered mass flights. Forced expulsions happened, but they were conducted by military units to prepare for battle, or by terrorist militias not officially associated with the Haganah. Refugees were not permitted to return due to fear of further conflict. Okay. February offensive. This is the Arab side. A consultancy of Zionist leaders planned an offensive attack against Arab villages to form a more organized continuation of the Haganah's violent reconnaissance. The first village was Kisaria, which had no defense of any kind. Despite this, Haganah forces destroyed homes and expelled the civilian population. By March, Zionist leadership drew up plans for. Wait. This was the. Where was Benny Morris's little fucking. In 92, when Benny Morris wrote his response to Finkelstein. 91? Response to Finkelstein and Mashallah. Okay, here. Is it gonna let me find a fucking. Oh, God. Okay. Is this the same word but with a different spelling? Yeah. This is like the. I think this was an exceptional one, wasn't it? Yeah. Unusual case, it's described as. Okay. Because it was quite early on, wasn't it? In fact. Okay. Whew. By March, Zionist leadership drew up plans for an aggressive offensive despite their own observations that many Arabs were unwilling to fight. The plan called for destruction of villages through fire and explosives. It also called for expelling Arab civilians outside the border of the Jewish state if Haganah forces encountered resistance. Detailed plans for each village were distributed to Haganah commanders. Deir Yassin massacre. The Haganah sent the Irgun and Lehi to wipe out the village of Deir Yassin despite a non-aggression pact already agreed by both sides. Soldiers killed 93 civilians, 30 of whom were babies. Several of the women were raped before being systematically shot. Why is Pape saying? Okay, hang on. Fucking hell. As far as I know, the only mention of rape here was from one report from the Lehi saying it about the Irgun, but I think the Lehi also. But they had actually fabricated stuff because they wanted to make it look worse than it was to get people to flee. I never heard about 30 babies before. Does he mean young people? Like just under 18? Maybe. "93 civilians, I think, is about right. I don't think it was much lower than that if it was any lower. Oh. Number of women raped and killed. Footnote 6. Where is he getting that from? The descriptions and testimonies about what happened in Dariusene are taken from Daniel McGowan and Matthew Hogan, The
Thank
Saga
you for
of
the
the Dariusene
feedback.
Massacre.
I am already updating the document, and I can send a revised doc you may share with the community. I appreciate it.
Is this... Where did they get this from? I thought the witnesses, the survivors said that there were not rapes in Dariusene. At least if that documentary is true. Okay, let's see. Right. Oh, this is... What? Yugoslavia. Okay. Some accusations against the killers, for example, rape and mutilation, are more controversial and elusive than others. This is the thing, isn't it? What is Pape citing here? Oh, they're challenging something, okay. Zoa Tract, what is that? Uri Milstein, who calls the Dariusene affair a massacre in which Ergun and Lehi forces murdered Arabs. Dishonest, it informs readers of alleged pack of evidence. What is the Zoa Tract? Huh? Oh, this was the Zionist this was when Zionist organizations were still spreading the fucking Menachem Begin version of the story. I remember this. Okay. Ooh. So, what do they say about rape? Let's see. Selective quotation by cutting the most incriminating parts of witness testimony it cites. It ignores that many perpetrators who have admitted liquidating prisoners, eliminating every Arab, and witnessing a fellow fighter machine gun a surrendering family. Oh yeah, this one is not controversial at all. Everyone agrees on this one now that family of 11 people were coming out of a house to surrender, and one teenager just opened fire on them after the fighting had stopped. It cites witnesses who find no evidence of excesses like rape and mutilation and omits the clear testimony of mass murder. There's nothing in this paper that says that a bunch of women were raped then. It says that the accusation is controversial and elusive. And it's saying that they cite the witnesses who said no evidence because the witnesses did say that, but then omits their testimony of mass murder. Huh. And this is what Pape cites. Unless this is a shortened version, to say that a number of women were raped and killed. Is it actually longer? Is it a book? Oh, it might be a long... no, 78 pages. This is 45. So it's like more of a pamphlet than a... Yeah, it's got a conclusion and everything. Yeah, this is not shortened. Bro. Pape. Mr. Pape. What the fuck? Okay. Okay. All right. Where are the 30... Sorry, wait, where are the 30 babies? Huh? I actually don't know. I don't know the age breakdown of the people who died in Dariusene. I know one very young teenager, like 13, 14, was killed along with their mother while they were like hugging each other, basically. I know that one was real. Can we all agree Grace was right about everything? Oh, hello, OPZ Dawn. Anyway, okay, so let's go on. Urban offensive, April. Plan D continued with the capture of cities, including Tiberias, Haifa, West Jerusalem, and Jaffa. Officers instructed soldiers to kill any Arab you encounter and blast loudspeakers instructing civilians to leave their homes. Survivors recall witnessing boats sink as Haifa refugees filled them in panic during an expulsion operation called Cleansing the Leave-In. Okay. Where'd I go? Okay. Arab state intervention. The surrounding Arab states launched an invasion against the newly founded state of Israel under intense pressure from the Arab public. Hundreds of thousands of refugees were pouring onto Arab countries, and word was spreading of massacres and expulsions. Therefore, Arab states felt a need to intervene. Nakba translated into catastrophe. This event involved two phases. The first phase saw 300,000 Palestinians leave their homes due to forced expulsions and fear during the civil war prior to May 15, 1948. Another 400,000 were expelled or fled in the aftermath of the Arab-Israeli War following Israel's declaration of independence. Israel would not permit these refugees to return, and many of their homes were destroyed. Okay, that's a pretty good document. I think that's a pretty fair telling of both sides. Yeah, this is just someone's paper. Like, I think it's someone is teaching it in high school, I think it's what it's for. And showing the different narratives, pro-Zionist and pro-Palestinian from 1870 to, or from 1870 to 1948. Oh, very good, very good. I think the person actually sent a chat, didn't they? The Mike guy, thanks for the $10. Thank you for the feedback! Exclamation mark. I'm already updating the document and I can send your revised doc you may share with the community. I appreciate it. Oh, okay. Yeah, if you put it, you can even post it on the fucking subreddit if you want, because it's really good. I feel like if this was anyone's introduction to the conflict, then to the history, then they would actually I think they'd be pretty chill. They'd be hitting the ground running, to be honest. They'd be smashing. Benny Morris, you cannot trust a single word in Ilan Pape's book. He's so scathing. He's such a meanie. They are Hassan fans. What, you're high school students? God. Let's go!
A question in connection with the first question is more or less the same, so I should not repeat what was said in the first question. I just told a paper where one Norwegian, he mentioned again the same thing that Willock has said, but then he says Jewish historians have, since the archives was opened in the 80s, very unanimous told us what happened. Palestinian was in large numbers, or for the most part, by force and terror driven out of Israel. But what he say is that most Israeli historians they say it is unanimous.
What? What is your source? Spiritual discernment, gut instinct, anecdotal experience, common sense, divine guidance, ancestral blood memory. Average r/loner box commenter. Uh-oh. You guys.
So my question is, are you the only one historian who say they were not driven out by force, but as a result of war? Are you the only one? Is the majority on the other side?
No. Firstly, the subject hasn't been studied by many historians. It was taboo, basically, among the Zionists in Israel until the 1980s, so nobody touched the subject, or almost nobody wrote anything about it, and the documents were closed, so it was impossible to write about it honestly. But it's also true that since then not that many people have studied the material. What I would say is, though, that the vast majority of Israeli historians and historians of Israel, I think, more or less accept my description of what happened. Something which was complex, spaced over time, and I think most, except Arab
Benny.
historians or so-called historians, would accept that there was no master plan in what happened to the Palestinians who were displaced, and there was no systematic implementation of a plan. Exceptions to this are Ilan Pappé, who did write a book called The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine, recently published. Essentially, it's one big lie, in my view. Its sources are suspect, incorrect, distorted, invented in part. I can tell you... I'll give you one example just so that you know what I'm talking about. On one of the pages there, in Ilan Pappé's Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine, he quotes an entry in Ben Gurion's diary from February 1948, in which Ben Gurion wrote a comprehensive diary every day, usually of what people told him. In other words, he didn't write what he's thinking or saying, but people used to come to him and report the battlefield, the political front, the international front, and he used to report what they said in his diary. So comes to him a scientist who actually died a week ago or something, a man called Katsir, or his brother, one of the two Katsir brothers, comes to him, who worked in the military, the Haganah's scientific arm. They had a science department. And Katsir reports to him, we have just experimented with dogs, and we're talking about a gas. We've just experimented with dogs.
The fucking blinding people or whatever the fuck, but they never actually used the thing. Okay.
Experiment has been successful. The dogs were dazzled or temporarily blinded. The word in Hebrew is sunviru. For 24 hours, Ben Gurion writes in the diary, for 24 hours. In other words, it affected the dog's sight for 24 hours, this experiment, with whatever, some sort of tear gas of some sort. Ilan Pappé quotes the diary entry, and he writes, the way he translates Ben Gurion, it's written in Hebrew, the diary, he writes, the science, Katsir came to me, said the experiment with the dogs was successful, the dogs were blinded. Period. No 24 hours, no, and uses the Hebrew word, not sunveru, but uvru. In other words, there is a special Hebrew word for blinded, not for temporarily dazzled. Like when car lights flash in your eyes, you use the word sunveru, which is what Ben Gurion used. In other words, he mistranslates the Ben Gurion quote to make a point which is not true, and of course to blacken Israel's image. The Jews were busy trying to produce gases or producing gases in 48, and he doesn't tell anybody anywhere in the book that gases were never used in 48, so it doesn't even matter what was actually being experimented with, because gas was never used in the 48 war. But for dog lovers, this sounds pretty awful. You blinded dogs and so on, and this isn't what Ben Gurion wrote. So that's the nature of Pappé's modus operandi in the book throughout. On everything, you cannot rely on one sentence in that book, or any quote.
Then we will.
I feel like that's not the best example. Because I think also Pappé never actually mentions that the blinding shit was never actually used. I feel like the one I found with the Deir Yassin rapes was probably better. No, I feel like that's a much better example of him just straight up fabricating a story, right? But I don't know, like with the footnote. But Benny needs to improve his one-liners. Brittany Venti recommendation. Yeah, I'm a huge Brittany Venti fan. What are you talking about? I love conservative infighting. I need more of it in my life. I'm a Grande Venti fan. Ooh, good one. All right. Whew. What are we doing, chat? 750 people. Like the stream, dickheads. Doesn't cost you anything. Do I want to go into this withdrawal story now then? I could. ICJ dissent, kill yourself. I've already written an entire ICJ dissenting opinion throughout the stream. You can make a compilation of it, of every time I've given dissenting opinion on the ICJ case. Oh yeah, there's this fucking Owen Jones Sky interview. Oh no. Is there anything in the Morris books where you know he also lied, distorted, or just mischaracterized something happening in IP? Yeah, I've seen a couple. I think he misuses the quote from General Secretary Azam Pasha from the Arab League or Arab Legion. Oh, fucking the Arab League about the massacres and the Crusaders and the Mongols. I think he misuses that quote because he doesn't really put it into context of that person's general attitude towards the Zionists in that period. And the other one I think is he misattributes the French translation of the Resolution 242. He also pushes the line that the French version of the resolution implies that Israel should leave all the territories, not just territories. But that's because it has the word des in it, even though if you're translating from English to French, even when there's not a the there, the French translation will just add it in anyway, regardless of whether or not it actually means all of them or not, right? Like, for example, if you take Resolution 242, even Google Translate will show you. It'll do this as well. But Benny Morris has repeated this line as well. For example, this. The reason it says from territories is because the people who drafted Resolution 242 knew that they didn't want to have just like a blanket withdrawal from every single square foot of land that was occupied in the Six-Day War, especially with the West Bank, because they recognized that the 67 borders are just an armistice line, and coming to an actual peaceful settlement with regards to returning territory would be a bit more complex than just a default reset to the 67 borders, right? Anyway, let's see this. If you take this, but some people argue that the French version says des territoire, or whatever the fuck the French word is. So they say that there's the English version, which is ambiguous about which territories to withdraw from, whereas the French one is more clear. But if you, that's just because of translation. So if you go English to French, you'll see that this doesn't have the territories, but it will translate to the territories because that's just how French works. But that's not actually how the French language works. The French language is not removing the ambiguity just because it has des in it, right?
Retrait des forces armées israéliennes des territoires occupés lors du récent conflit.
Des territoires. Okay. And if you remove it, it just becomes grammatically incorrect, yeah. But yeah, Benny Morris makes this mistake as well. He thinks that the French one is less ambiguous than the English one, even though it's not. Okay. I speak French. What's the issue here? The issue, Alex D, is that people think because the French are insane and they insist that in General Secretary resolutions, there's always a fucking French language version on the paper that is just as authoritative as the English version. People think that Resolution 242 is ambiguous in the English sense because it doesn't actually say the territories. It doesn't say which territories Israel should withdraw from. Whereas if you translate from territories into French, it will always add des because the French language adds, yeah. You know what I mean? Actually, let me see. Sorry, wait, maybe I'm wrong. French version of Resolution 242. I wonder if that's actually how it translates to completely. Yeah. Wait. Is it worse than that? Does des mean from or does des mean the? Because I thought it was le, la, and les. But would des mean if it was like a different, like plural? Des can mean both. but in this context, it's from. So the Wikipedia is wrong. The Wikipedia thinks des means the. I thought it was just because in French, sometimes if you say a word like eyes, in French, depending on where it is in the sentence, it will put les yeux, like the eyes, but it would translate to just eyes. Wait. Oh, yeah. Wait. Withdrawal of Israeli armed forces from territories. Des is of the. But the point is, des is de. De and les. Okay, so it is. It would be from the. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Of the, or yeah. Okay. No, yeah, so it's right, yeah. So this would be like withdrawal of the Israeli armed forces from the territories, yeah. But because of the way French translates, this doesn't necessarily imply all the territories, does it? It's not implying like all the territories occupied. It's just saying the same thing as this, from territories. You need an article in front of every noun in French. No, I don't think that's the case. I don't think you always need an article. Just depends on placement in the sentence. It would otherwise say de tous. Yeah. But if you put like, this is actually the funniest way of doing it. If you do this, but you add in the territories, it doesn't change it. Do you see that? It's still there. So that's what I mean is like the word the doesn't actually change anything here. What if you do this? Yeah, fucking. Certain. Yeah, well. But in recent conflicts does specify what territories are talked about. No, Yakub, no. Again, it's worded that way for a reason. It's worded that way because the people who drafted the resolution knew that a hard withdrawal to this exact border was not necessarily going to be the best way to go about achieving a peaceful settlement. Like, because this is just an armistice line that doesn't really speak to the needs of the situation. Like, that's the Soviets wanted an unambiguous resolution and they didn't get it. That part's true. Like, they were actually quite, and even like pro-Palestinian people at the time were quite angry about the fact that it didn't say all the territories. Like, it specifically worded it in this like weird way because is the French version even binding? It's just as binding as the English one, yeah. Because the French are weird. The French are a very proud people. They're proud boys. Huh. Oh yeah, apparently there's this whole thing about fucking Hamas thinking that they were going to conquer Israel or some bullshit. I don't even. Is that really? Oh. Harkness loves you. Thanks for the tier 1 sub for 6 months now. I really appreciate that. Mr. Box, what's your final conclusion on the Holodomor? My final conclusion is that I'm going to read about it later because I'm busy right now. Zinoj, thanks for the $5. Fine, I will like the stream. Oh my God, I really appreciate that. Wow. Anyway, let's read this Haaretz thing. The Sinai Peninsula is roughly the size of West Virginia. Thanks. That's bigger than New Jersey. Isn't it? Like the stream chat only costs you $5. $5! 5 schmucks. Do I want to read this now? I think I need to go to the withdrawal story, don't I? Do I really want to read about Hamas apparently planning to divide up Israel into cantons? Okay. Do I? Is that a thing? Maybe next time. Hang on. Should be a quickie. The Harrods article is quite long. Is that all I do now? Just read articles on stream? Am I really that person? Fuck. What is Myron screaming about?
You motherfuckers weren't there when I got the false accusation against me. You motherfuckers weren't there when this bitch lied and said that I got her pregnant when I fucking did it. And then you dumbasses, 3 years later, use some bitch to make the same fucking allegations.
Okay. What? Okay. Interesting. Why does Myron sound so unnatural? When he screams. Why? He just sounds so forced. Lizard person. God. Just it's a soy rage, but I'll bet his fans are all watching it going, holy based, holy based. Oh, that's probably all that's happening. How did you overcome the Hasbara and learn the truth about Palestine? Don't know, dude. No pro-Zionism. Gosh. Stay on target. Okay. Fuck me. No, I don't know. I can't find the original version. Here you go, loner. What are you giving me? Did you try to link me something? Original.
Then what the fuck is stopping us from just throwing ourselves off a bridge and giving up and saying, yeah, the planet is dying. The government hates us. The animals are leaving. The aliens aren't contacting us. We might be alone. It just might be you and me, but that's okay. Because
Okay, good one. Good memes. Watch me give a fuck. Matthew Faustini, thanks for the gifted sub. I really appreciate that. God damn. Garbage meme. Alex D is not easily pleased. It's not a video of Israeli civilians getting shot, I suppose. Let's see. Okay. Let's get some schmarticles up, shall we? Not 48 stuff anymore. Come on, let's keep up with the times. Who's covered this? Reuters, Jerusalem Post, New York Times, Times of Israel, Sky, Independent. We need you to weigh in on the tree versus erudite drama. I don't. Do I? What happened? What are they scrapping about? Read the JP withdrawal article. I'm on it. That's the first one. The Jordan Peterson withdrawal article. It seems as if the IDF are no longer interested in occupying. Let's see. IDF ends active ground invasion, completely withdraws from southern. It's not complete. They've left one battalion, no? Okay. The decision came less than 2 days after Israel opened the Erez crossing in Ashdod port to transfer humanitarian aid. The IDF on Sunday announced that it had concluded the active invasion stage of the war for now, while leaving open the possibility of a new future invasion of Rafah in deep southern Gaza. So what Israel's actually done, from what I've read, is they have pulled out all but one battalion from southern Gaza, and from now on, for the foreseeable future, they're only going to do targeted intelligence-based raids. So actually what they're doing is they're going special forces. They've actually decided to adopt General Cenk Uygun's. General Cenk from the Young Turks. They've decided to adopt his strategy of pursuing a special forces-based solution where they're going to get the chunky bald man from Fauda to send him in there on his own to fucking judo throw every Hamas guy he sees. And then to botch the operation, but always just about survive in the nick of time. That's what's going to happen. Let me see. I need to get the falafel massacre back up on. We need to bring back that meme. Right. Fat bastard from Austin Powers, true. Okay. There's these pictures of the fucking baldy man from Fauda. This has been him all the way until now, before they finally let him go and let him go into fucking Rafah to do his special forces operations. General Glucose, true. You know he's actually special forces in real life. Yeah, I do know, yeah. He's a fucking unit is what he is. Person with whose name I can't read. Thanks for the $2. I really appreciate that. Beep yourself. Wow, soy. Okay, cool. Anyway, in terms of IDF soldiers, this means that the IDF has withdrawn all of Division 98 from Khan Yunis in southern Gaza while maintaining 1+ brigades, the Nahal Brigade and portions of Brigade 401 in northern and central Gaza. Although a top IDF official said that this change has nothing to do with US pressure, the timing was unmistakable in coming right after the IDF's disastrous mistake killing of 7 humanitarian aid workers last week. Oh, disastrous mistaken. Ooh, Hasbara. Jewsbara proper Jewsba. Okay, the decision also came less than 2 days after Israel opened the Erez crossing and Ashdod port to transfer humanitarian aid. Decisions made under the threat by US of potentially losing weapon support after Jerusalem had refused these requests from Washington for months. Finn, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate that. Critically, this means that Palestinians can, on one hand, move freely within southern Gaza and Khan Yunis, and that there is a complete vacuum for preventing a return of Hamas governance. But the IDF is keeping northern and central Gaza cut off from the south. This means Palestinians cannot move from south to north, and that over 2 million Palestinians, more than half of whom are northern Gaza residents, remain separated from their communities, with somewhere between 150,000 and 300,000 Palestinians remaining in northern Gaza who never left. At one point, the IDF had 5 divisions between 30,000 and 40,000 ground forces deep in Gaza, as well as even larger forces circling the Strip. Those forces were reduced significantly in mid-January when the IDF declared it had achieved operational control of northern Gaza and released Division 63 to return to fit standard northern border duties, facing off against Hezbollah. But from December until now, Division 98 was destroying Hamas's forces in and around Khan Yunis, at one point with around 7 brigades. I think this brings Israel closer to a hostage deal, doesn't it? I have no fucking idea. Sorry. By early February, Division 98 had achieved most of its... Interesting. What the fuck happened there? Division 98 had achieved most of its mission, but it continued more minor operations in areas such as the Hamed neighborhoods of Khan Yunis. Oh yeah, they're also saying they're doing this because they're claiming to have completely taken out Hamas in Khan Yunis. Yeah, they said that. That's why they're saying that they're pulling back, because they're kind of saying job done in this area. It had been accepted conventional wisdom from top Israeli officials that a major reason for keeping Division 98 in Khan Yunis was to achieve concessions from Hamas in the hostage exchange negotiations. Hamas immediately declared the IDF withdrawal, even partial, a victory for sticking to its position of demanding IDF withdrawals, including of troops in northern Gaza. Interesting. Announced on April 7th. When was the WCK killing? Was it 5 days ago? Okay. Give me that. Okay. What are people saying about DNA? What's happening? Who's talking about DNA? What? What am I missing? Ah, fucking who knows. Okay. Okay. That's useful, I suppose. The world's attention will likely now shift to whether the IDF will invade Rafah first, whether Hamas will cut a deal for the hostages to avoid such a situation, or whether Israel will concede further to Hamas's demands for returning more Palestinians to northern Gaza. An IDF official tried to frame the withdrawal from Khan Yunis as opening up Rafah as a stronger possibility because now hundreds of thousands of Palestinians may return there. The official said that if more Palestinians leave Rafah, evacuating the remaining civilians will be easier without needing to take active, aggressive measures to move them. In addition, the IDF said that its operation taking over Shifa Hospital a second time shows that it can quickly penetrate and take down Hamas if it tries to reform military units. Oh. Politicians and hostage families react to the news. United Right Party leader Gideon Sa'ar commented on the move in a post on X. Regardless of what happens later in the war, the continuous decrease in the size of forces and the intensity of the Hamas military pressure over the past months has kept us far away from achieving the war goals. This is directly connected to our moving away from arriving at a new hostage deal, he added. The Hostages and Missing Families Forum released the following statement to the press. In light of the news regarding withdrawal and the maneuvering forces from Gaza, the Hostage and Missing Family Forum reminds us that the IDF entered Gaza after October 7th to bring about a complete victory for the State of Israel. The government's decision to withdraw from the maneuvering forces from Gaza and to switch on ongoing defense proves that the IDF was able to bring Israel many achievements and victories in the military arena and undermine Hamas's military capabilities. The Prime Minister and the War Cabinet, it's time to bring the State of Israel to absolute victory. The departure of the maneuvering forces should be the first step in the deal. Now, the hostages in Gaza must not be left behind. Okay, that's fine. Let's see what else we have. Did I not have more articles up? Where the fuck are they? Where'd they go? New York Times. Okay. Let's go Times of Israel. All right. Fuck. Don't need that. Whoa. We have a fucking wild one in Twitch chat today. Holy shit. Military sees targeted raids with new intel as a more effective way to fight Hamas. Rafah plans not affected since Op said there would in any case need to major call up of fresh reserve forces. Okay. They're regrouping, not pulling out? Yeah, I know. Only one brigade remaining in the enclave. Tel-based raids now the new approach. Okay. The Israeli Defense Forces withdrew all of its maneuvering ground forces from the Gaza Strip early Sunday morning, leaving just one brigade to secure a corridor splitting the Palestinian enclave. Troops of the 98th Division were pulled out of the Khan Yunis area after 4 straight months of fighting, the IDF said. Only one brigade, Nahal, remains in the Gaza Strip. The Nahal Brigade has been tasked with securing the so-called Netzarim corridor, which crosses Gaza from the Be'eri area in southern Israel to the Strip's coast. Why rereading? I haven't read this one. This is a different article. The corridor enables the IDF to carry out raids in northern and central Gaza, prevents Palestinians from returning to the northern part of the Strip, and allows humanitarian organizations to deliver aid directly to northern Gaza. Okay. Let's talk about the corridor then. Enables. To the north. Allows hours after the withdrawal, 5 rockets were fired from the Khan Yunis area at communities near the Gaza border. According to the IDF, some of the rockets were intercepted by the Iron Dome defense system. There were no reports of injuries or damage. Okay. Why not? Fired from... Is it spelled that way? Yeah. Sunday's withdrawal appeared to be a move similar to that carried out in the northern Gaza Strip following the IDF's initial ground offensive last year. After several months of a large-scale offensive with several divisions, the IDF left northern Gaza only to return to carry out smaller, localized operations. Okay. Similar move from northern Gaza. He did not withdraw. I did not withdraw, obviously. Who? Why is Warthongs in there? Hang on 1 second. The IDF believes that the raids, based on new intelligence, such as the recent operation at Gaza City's Shifa Hospital and others in the northern part of the Strip, are a more effective way to operate against Hamas. The offensive in Khan Yunis achieved its goal, according to the IDF, with the local Hamas brigade dismantled, thousands of gunmen killed, and around 30 kilometers of tunnels destroyed. Okay. Khan Yunis offensive goals achieved. According to the IDF. Local Hamas brigade dismantled, thousands of combatants killed. The 98th Division also needed time for R&R after its lengthy fighting. Israeli officials have said that 18 of Hamas's 24 original battalions in the Gaza Strip have been dismantled, meaning they do not function as an organized military unit, although smaller cells exist. Maybe I'll put that here. '18 of reported destroyed. Four Hamas battalions remaining. Okay. 4 Hamas battalions remain in southern Gaza's Rafah and another 2 in the central part in the Strip.
Remember the Holodomor?
I have no idea with these fucking ads. I don't know why. They have nothing to do with any of my my search history. Like, when have I ever looked for fucking foot jewelry? I don't know. Anyway, thanks for the sub on Twitch. Really appreciate that. It's Israeli ads. Oh, obviously. Go away. Sure. Good one. Prime Minister Netanyahu has repeatedly said he has approved the military's plans for an operation in Rafah, although he had not given the green light to carry them out. The planned Rafah offensive has caused intense consternation in the international community, including from the US and Egypt, due to the southern Gaza city now hosting over 1 million displaced Palestinians from elsewhere in the Strip. Israel has said it is making plans to evacuate and protect civilians from Rafah as part of its offensive plans. Interesting. An Israeli assault in Rafah would not be affected by the drawdown announced Sunday, as such an operation would entail a significant call-up of fresh reserve sources. The war began on October 7th with Hamas's unprecedented attack on Israel, in which terrorists rampaged through the south. You mean marauded? Come on. Murdering some 1,200 people, mostly civilians, and kidnapping 253. Talks for a hostage truce made no headway. Okay, talks that indirect from Hamas, with proposals relayed through third parties. 129 hostages remain, not all of them alive. 3 hostages been rescued by troops alive. Bodies of 12 have been recovered. No progress on hostages. Indirect talk. Hamas side. I'm missing some presumed dead. 3 hostages. Bodies recovered. Including 3 killed by IDF. Including 3 mistakenly killed by the IDF military. Mistakenly? The IDF has confirmed the deaths of 34 of those still held by Hamas, citing new intelligence and findings obtained by troops operating in Gaza. 1 more person is listed as missing since October 7th, and their fate is still unknown. Hamas is also holding the bodies of fallen IDF soldiers Oron Shaul and Hadir Golden since 2014, as well as 2 Israeli civilians, Avera Mengitsu and Hisham al-Said, who are both thought to be alive after entering the Strip of their own accord in 2014 and 2015, respectively. Bro, what the fuck? Bro. Amid the IDF's ground offensive launched in late October, 260 soldiers were killed and 1,552 were wounded. The Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry says that more than 33,000 people in the Strip have been killed in the fighting so far, a figure that cannot be independently verified and includes some 13,000 Hamas terrorists Israel says it has killed in the battle. Israel also says it has killed some 1,000 gunmen inside Israel on October 7th. Blimey. All right. Fuck. What else? Do I need to read more? Sky. We can't just read Zio sources, obviously. Hang on. What's this? Yeah, I saw this. Is this Huh?
Real quick. Sorry, real quick.
Yeah.
Zio's a slur.
Okay. Good.
Yeah.
I'll say it more
No,
often.
not good. It's literally going by fucking the KKK. It's not good.
Oh, right. It's what, against Jews?
Yeah. They say Zio instead of like just to like dog whistle to Jews. So yeah, no, it's going by the KKK. It's not good.
I'm pretty sure if I go onto Twitter and look up the word Zio, it's going to be like 90% fucking leftist saying.
I know, but they're like, oh my god, the Jews are claiming everything's anti-Semitic, even though we're saying Zionist. No, it's coined by the KKK.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Ciao.
Is there some kind of like Wikipedia war? Is there some kind of Wikipedia war of people saying that? Why is this a Palestinian victory? Because of the withdrawal? Is that okay? Citation needed. Okay. Huh. I mean, maybe this one was. This one's from what? What's the source for this one? Iran update. Okay. Oh. Ah. Let them have it. Based. Oh yeah, sorry, 1 second. What's this?
All right. Yumna. All right. Yumna, please take cover. If you are in a position to do so safely, you can explain to us what we're happening. If you are not in a position to do so safely,
Yes.
then please get to safety.
No, it's okay. This is a missile attack on
Another woman crying. Go figure. Bro, that building was like 3 blocks away, okay? What are you so worried about?
Palestine Tower.
Okay. Jesus. War thongs. Hello?
Oh wait, let me mute the stream.
Oh god.
How's it going?
Fine, how are you?
Good.
Just enjoying the Palestinian victory.
Yeah.
Mashallah.
So I want to talk with you about like the numbers, you know. Jason, the things I've been bugging you about.
Oh, the 33,000 and the fact that the numbers just keep going up at the exact same rate regardless of what's happening in the war or
Yeah, well, I mean that's not that weird, I guess, like if they go almost in a straight line. I mean, it could be a coincidence because they took like a limited in that thing I sent you. If they took like a I don't know, like a 30-day period, because that's the data they worked with or something like that, 20 30 days, and they kind of looked the daily increase and they saw that it's increasing kind of linearly, which is weird, but it's not like super weird.
It could also just be that they're counting as many as they can every day, right? Like that's the maximum number they
Yeah.
can count per day. Yeah.
I don't think it's like super weird. Like the linear. The weird thing is they're like if you look at the daily, like daily or counting or killing of people, it's there's a correlation, like an opposite correlation between the number of men dying and the number of women dying. And I cannot explain that. Like I cannot understand how is that possible. And there's no correlation between the kids dying and the women dying. So sure, they can count them at like different days or something, and then you break the correlation. But why would there be a correlation between like an opposite correlation between women death and men death?
Yeah, that just doesn't make any sense at all. Like the fact that they've said that 70% of the people who have died are women and children, but they've also said 6,000 who died were Hamas. So that would mean that at the time they said that, 20% of people who died were Hamas, 70% women and children, and then 10% men. That doesn't make like non-Hamas men. That doesn't make any sense at all. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah,
So
and it's like there shouldn't be like an opposite correlation. Like so what? we counted so few women today. Let's just fill the rest with men. Oh, we counted too many men today, so we should like bring the number of women down. Like kind of like if it's like the counting issue, I don't see like that making sense, and the people dying, I don't see that making sense. I don't see like these numbers, like these, the data makes a lot of sense there. So I think like the numbers that the health minister is a good like ballpark of how many people died, I think, in total with the terrorists, but I wouldn't like draw any conclusion of like how many terrorists died, how many civilians died from that like number, even though they say like 70% are women and I wouldn't draw any conclusions from that, but I think it's a good ballpark to, from my understanding, to how many like people died in total with terrorists.
Yeah, I think that makes sense because yeah, it seems to be the case that the health ministry are relatively reliable for just like full, like the absolute number. But it's, of course, when it comes to distribution of deaths, like that just makes it much harder to conclude anything because they took so long to even say how many Hamas people died at all, right? Like for a long time, it
Right
was just
now, by the
assumed
way,
that they would all be civilians, right?
Israel is saying 14,000, but I'm not sure how accurate that number is. So around 14,000.
Yeah, who knows?
Or was it 14 or I don't remember.
They said
actually.
12,000 at some point, but I don't know if it's
yeah,
gone up.
right. Yeah.
What are you saying, Sundowner?
No. So, Leonard, I am looking now at the latest. I'm looking now at the latest health report. At the latest report. What's down this fucking anyway, I'm looking at the latest report from the health ministry, and apparently 61% of the casualties are males. Among them, 39% are adult males. So it's not really correlating with what you are saying right now about being just 30%, closer to 39%. 8% are elderlies, 32% are children, 21% are women.
Well, what I am saying is that there is a correlation, an opposite correlation between the number of women dying a day to the number of men dying a day. But at the
What's
same
this
time,
correlation?
so if you can imagine how many people die a day, if there's a day with a lot of men dying, it would be on average a day with a low number of women dying. That's like from the data. And if there's a day with a large number of women dying in that single day, there would be a low number of men dying.
I
And
think
that
I need
doesn't
you
make
guys
sense.
to send me your fucking sources. So, can I get the health ministry ones first, Sundowner?
Okay, so it's in Arabic, so I will have to help you translate.
Oh, okay. Is there any like will Google translate it or no? Or is it like a PDF? Are you guys still there? Oh, why is everything on mute? What the fuck? Hmm. Why can't I hear anything? What the fuck? 1 second. I'm going to play some audio and see what happens. Also, it's only my fucking left headphone that's got any volume coming out of it. What the fuck? What's going on? That's so many problems happening at once. Jesus. What? You guys can hear me, right? Maybe you're having a stroke. It's not impossible. What the hell? No, I don't smell burnt toast. Let me put on a video and see what happens.
Coach Greg.
Yeah, why is all the fucking... Is my right earphone just fucked? My right headphone just done? It could be actually because it's an old. Oh wait, it wasn't fully plugged in. Whoa, hang on. But I couldn't hear anything at all in the thing. Hang on.
A video about me.
Okay, that's fine.
Friendly G.
So we've solved one problem. Good. Just random fucking video. All right, let's see. Let's see.
IDs, everything they need about them.
Okay, you're back. That's fine. My fucking
Oh,
Discord
hello,
was being
Donald.
shit.
So,
All right.
a couple of days ago, they released a long report that included the names and details of every person who died throughout this war that they
Okay.
could find. It was only for 22,000 persons, and to have complete data, you need the birth certificates, IDs, everything that like identify the person to be put into the population registry. As such, this creates a complication with the with the northern hospitals because they can't actually access the population registry, which creates a big deal of complications for them. But the actual reports from the Gaza Health Ministry actually have a very different breakdown, and they today changed the demographic breakdown and included another category for elderly people. And apparently they changed perhaps the definition of a child, because previously a child, according to the Gaza Health Ministry, was anyone below the age of 15.
Yeah.
So now the latest report states that approximately of all casualties, the percentage of males, just to make sure I will have to open it, yeah, the percentage of adult males is 39%, not 30%, with 8% being elderlies.
Okay.
21% are women and 32% are children.
Okay, so it's a 21% women, 30-something percent children, and what percentage were adult males?
39%.
39. Okay, that would mean like 50% of women and children, right?
Approximately, yes.
Yeah, okay. That makes more sense though, right? Because Gaza's like incredibly fucking young population.
Yeah.
Where did 70 come from then? Is that just an older or
No, it's not an older number. It's actually from the Gaza Media Office, which is
Okay.
like the Hamas spokesman. But anyways, what makes it different, I believe, is the fact that they have different categorization and different metrics for what makes a child and such. Because like the Ministry of Health has it at below 15, and and the Gaza Media Office has it at below 18.
Hmm. Okay.
So
the report itself is very comprehensive. It
wait,
explains
what's
everything that you are talking about. I will
there's
help you
the
translate anything you need.
so Sundowner. Wait, what this new report is from a different body? It's not from the Ministry of Health, or what are you saying?
No, it's the Ministry of Health itself directly.
Yeah, but the Ministry of Health in the Gaza Strip, that's also under Hamas. So what's the
And
difference between?
operating under it, but that doesn't mean that it is like.
No, obviously it's not like Hamas members are there counting the bodies. I know, like they have like statisticians and like other people that do the counting.
Yeah.
But
like, if you wish, I can get you into contact with
but
the man who makes those
but
statistics.
still, every report they make needs to be approved by Hamas. You understand that?
Not exactly, but
Yes.
yeah.
Yes, and every.
No, not really. That's not how it works. Not nearly, because they can't actually approve it technically and physically. The Ministry of Health operates independently. It doesn't work this way.
Can I just ask where you got that piece of information that Hamas needs to approve everything the Gaza Health Minister has to say or has to release?
Yeah, of course. It's like a common knowledge that Hamas like runs.
Listen, we all have common knowledge, but I can't operate based off common knowledge when we're talking about Gaza Health Ministry and Hamas. They're not operating like a regular government. We can all fucking agree on that. So, like, do you have like any source or any piece of information for why Gaza Health Ministry has to have the approval of Hamas to release any numbers?
Let me see. I'm looking for past stuff because I guess you would only know from past stuff.
Yeah, I highly doubt the Gaza help. I mean, can we say Hamas operates like a proper government?
Uh,
Yes,
kind of.
it does.
Yeah, but do you
does.
think it has like like for example, let's
Yes,
compare it to
so
Israel.
After
After Hamas seized the Gaza Strip from the Palestinian Authority in 2007, it began running a parallel government within the coastal enclave.
Rules. You cannot
One of the
just go and say whatever you want in the Gaza Strip. And
Then why are okay? So why is this report that's currently making Hamas not look as victims as much being approved by Hamas? Then that makes me believe that Hamas like doesn't have a say in whether this is approved or not. Because like it would be way better for Hamas publicity wise to say 70% are women and kids rather than which is like their spokesperson did say according to Sundowner.
So you're saying that the previous report that made Hamas look good was also not approved by Hamas, and also
But no, that Sundowner himself said that report came from a Gaza spokesperson, which is probably a lot more linked to Hamas than the Gaza Health Ministry, or like people that work in the Gaza Health Ministry.
I really need a bit of mic
Okay,
so I
but the
can
Gaza, hold on. The Gaza spokesperson gets the data from the Gaza Health Ministry.
No, did you listen to what Sundowner said? He said they operated under different conclusions of what a child is. So the Gaza spokesperson considers everyone under 18 is a child, while the Gaza Health Ministry considers everyone under 15 a child. That's why the numbers are different. That's why the percentages are different.
I don't think that's too hard to believe, right? Because the spokesperson would give their statement that's going to get repeated all around the world. Whereas if no one's heard anything about the health ministry fucking publishing an Arabic source of saying like the breakdown of all the deaths, which brings us down from what 70% to 50. But yeah, I don't think anyone. It's quite possible that like the health ministry might publish something, but as long as they don't say anything that's just like otherworldly, that's going to make Hamas like fucking hate them, then Hamas just won't care, right?
So Logan, a minor distinction here is that the health ministry is also had another category for elderlies, which is 8%. So it's closer to 60% are civilians, not exactly 50%, but of the 80% of the 8% of elderlies, there could be other members or members of the group. So yeah, carry on.
I mean, like the only thing that I can see that Hamas would enforce on the Gaza Health Ministry is not to release
After
like
Hamas seized the
who
Gaza
is a
Strip from
militant
the
or who is not,
Palestinian
which is
Authority in
already happening,
2007,
whether like Hamas wants it or not. They don't say who's a militant, who's not. So like, I don't know why this is like a topic. Like, unless you have like a source that actually proves this. I can't go by common sense here.
Yeah. So the reason why I have an issue with the numbers that the Gaza Health Ministry publish is what I linked in stream chat. It's the correlation that they have between the daily number of women death to the daily number of men death.
You can look at the report also released the daily number of women and men deaths. You can see if there's any correlation of what you speak, because the majority of the deaths for today were actually adult men.
Can you link me that new report in stream chat?
It's in the stream suggestions. You can just take a look at it. Anyways,
where is it?
It's in the stream suggestions.
Stream suggestions.
Is it this? Is this the correlation of daily men to women that like it's just completely negative?
Yes, it's a very strong correlation, 0.8. It's not something normal.
And you can look at that of previous days as well, because they release daily reports, and every day, like sometimes it's majority women and children, sometimes majority adult men.
You don't like
the day.
From the data to show that there's like a correlation between like daily men death to daily women death makes no sense, like explaining it. You understand?
Not really, I guess. I'm afraid I can't understand what you're trying to say.
Okay, so a correlation means like if one number increases, this other number
know
increases.
what a fucking correlation is.
Okay, then why can you not understand what I'm saying?
What's the correlation you are speaking of? Like, for example, today there was
in daily deaths of men.
Okay, so
it's on my screen. So what he's saying is that daily, what seems to be a report from the health ministry is that as the number of daily men, when it's lower, like say when 100 men die, the number of women who died that day goes up. But if like a lot of men die one day, then the number of women who die that day is lower. And if like not that many men die, like less than fucking 50 die, then you get like 200 women dying. So you can see it's all plotted out on this chart.
It's basically they're saying that like they're bringing up to the number of dead daily to the same exact number almost every day. Where like if there's not enough men, they increase all that like empty space of the daily count to women or children. Is what they're saying.
Well, that's an assumption you're making, maybe, but I don't know why they're
The
doing
report for today stated that 46 died, which is much lower than the previous days, and the majority of them were adult men, so it's not really correlating with what you are saying.
I don't think it'll be to do with them like just adding a bunch of imaginary dead women to get the numbers up, but it might be them like just lying about the distribution of gender in the deaths as a way of pumping up the numbers of people who are dying who are women.
I'm not too certain about it because, for example, I will, if you wish, I can send it as well. But they released the names and full information, like ID number and everything for every man and woman child they could actually identify, which is 22,000, which is the majority of the deaths for now. If you wish, I can send it. And this one can be corroborated with the population registry, which is controlled by Israel. So if there is anything wrong about it, they would say something is wrong.
By the way, I'm reading the report you sent, Loner. There's like not a single statistic here I have seen where women or children are more than men. So yeah, what you're saying is a bit true. There's not like literally almost every single thing about injuries, deaths, everything says like men outnumber women and children.
Wait, which one did I send you?
No, not you, Loner.
Oh.
Sundowner sent.
Okay.
He sent it in stream suggestions. If you
Oh, the Arabic one.
Read it. Yeah, you can't read it, so but you can see.
You can technically read it.
Yeah, you can still hear.
You need someone to actually help you.
All right, point me to a page. Go on, point me to a page number.
Page 13, for example, I'm looking at, which talks about the injuries from each area. The first part on the right here. Let me see what you're looking at your stream.
You can use also like Gemini to translate it. It does a pretty good job if you just paste an image. It's like the AI of Google. Lonerbox, if you want, you can just take it, screenshot.
That's not page 13, by the way.
It's page 13 in the document. You mean page 13 in the PDF?
Yeah, it's page 12 in the document. Page 12 in the document. Yeah, that one. So, for example, on the right at top, the not the graph, like the what's it called, the list. Basically, there is a list. On the top right, it says Mustashfa, which means the hospital, and it names the hospitals under it, Shifa, Al-Aqsa, Nasser, and it talks about it distributes about like the injuries, and then the first two are the Kur and Anath, which is like women, male and female. And you could see that then afterwards it says men, women, and then children. And in almost every instance here is like women outnumber men outnumber the women and the children. Like in every statistic on it, so which makes sense. Men are usually probably out there way more than men and children, women and children.
Mm-hmm.
Like this doesn't seem any suspicious about me. I wish you could
that doesn't surprise me though, because like the fact that this is published in Arabic and the fact that the spokesperson has already sent that 70% women and children thing all the way around the world. So everyone is everyone's basically fucking fastened to that one. I don't think Hamas are going to care that much if the health ministry is publishing this that basically no one's going to see and is not really going to make the same kind of waves.
It's not like no one's going to see this. The report is also already circulated.
Maybe it circulates on Al Jazeera, do you think, in Arabic at least?
I don't think so.
No, this report is widely circulated. It's everywhere. Like I couldn't find anything that indicates that it is less relevant than that of the spokesperson. It's not like something hidden that you need to dig up. It's literally in their Telegram.
Yeah, it's like ministryofhealth.gov Palestine, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on. What does that one say? توزيع الجرحى حسب الجنس Yeah, so here.
No, but text at the bottom of the image says the severity of injuries by gender is 43% male and 57% female. Is that correct?
50% and 43%. 57%, 43%. Yeah.
57% male, right? Or
no, well, this is what's it called? Jurha, which means injuries.
Okay.
Yeah, but is it male or is it female?
The
The
blue's
majority male.
male. Yeah, the majority is male. The blue's male. The orange. Yeah, orange is female.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, another thing that people always miss when talking about this topic is that there are
But still,
approximately
hold on.
there's
Just to say,
there's like 10,000 tests under the Arabic estimate right now,
hold
so
on.
you
Just
can't
to
actually
say,
get an accurate figure.
one thing, Sundowner, like the data that I linked about the correlation, that was like you take some data and you do statistical analysis on it to like get the daily deaths. Like they calculated the daily deaths of men, of women from total accumulative deaths, right? And then they found like abnormalities in the data. Obviously, if you publish data, right, they're gonna publish, oh look, we have 70% like women and children. You'll have to take the raw data and like check for like abnormalities on it, like statistically, like you do with polling data. Like you can know if like somebody fakes polling data. Like we know that Russia fakes like election data based on just like looking at the statistical number and seeing.
Wow, Google is stupid. Sorry, it translated wrong for you. Yeah, no, it translated
Hold on.
unfi.
Yeah, sorry, let
instead
him
of
finish
unfa.
anyway. Yeah.
I'm just saying, like you can take statistical, like Russia publishes like election, and if you look at on what Russia publishes, like okay, on the face value it looks like maybe legit, but if you look at like a statistical data, you see discrepancies, right, from like analysis that you can do on the data. The same thing here. I cannot just say like this report, look at it and say, okay, this is 100% legit. You need to look at the raw data and do the statistical analysis to see if you find anything weird.
You have the same.
I believe you.
I'm sorry,
you,
but I do have to ask you. Do you have the same criticism?
Let me speak. Anyways,
Go
I
on.
believe you. You have the latest report. I will send you also the list of everyone who died and had his data complete. If you find any statistical anomalies or correlations in those data, you can tell me. But to just say, hey, look at what this guy said about the data and trust his word for it, and I'm not really into it.
Sounds like a strong challenge.
By the way, if you scroll down a little bit, Loner, so that's an interesting. No, go back up. I think it's page 13 on the. If you look at it, this is kind of something what people misunderstand. Do you see the three like graphs here? Rijal, Nisa, Atfal, which is like men, women, and children. So not actually the lowest amount of injuries here. And I think if you here, since they have children as a category, they're also counting girls that are under 15 or maybe even under 18 as children.
Mm-hmm.
So, do they count women under 15 also children or not?
Yes,
under 18?
because there was an analysis of the previous report.
Do they not count women between 18 and 15 children?
In the previous names list, there was an analysis that found that the same percentage that were reported for children was the same percentage for those reported under 15. So, yeah.
No, okay. The reason I'm saying if they classify women as like an adult after 18, mainly because like women are generally not combatants anyway in this regard, but a 15-year-old could be a combatant, like a 15-year-old male could be a combatant.
Gaza Health Ministry doesn't classify people based on are they combatant or not. They classify them or how, what's their age like. That's it. So it's 15 for both, which is the same number, the same age for every statistic or report that came out of Gaza, be it for the demographic breakdown or anything. Like at 15, it's the age where you can legally work, you can marry, you can do everything in Gaza.
I do have like a little thing that I'm curious about. There is probably plenty of areas where people are dead, where Palestinians cannot go, or like the Gaza Health Ministry cannot access those bodies.
Yes, it's true.
And hold on, one sec. Since there is fighting going on between, like, there was fighting going on between Hamas and the IDF, there's probably the vast majority of the bodies that they cannot even find and count are male. Because they generally are the main fighters.
I mean, that is a point. That is a point.
I mean, let me just elaborate on this point a little bit. The Gaza Health Ministry reported today that they started digging up the bodies in Khan Yunis, which is the idea of just evacuated. And they also made an online program and a registration office that would take all the data from the relatives and report this based on them, because they can't access everywhere. So they are doing something towards this.
Okay.
But yeah, I just thought it could happen because Sundowner can't coherently explain himself sometimes.
What?
His mic is so shit, dog.
Oh, I
Like,
thought you were having a go the way he talks. Jesus Christ! What the fuck are you
no,
saying?
he talks normal. His mic is just dog shit.
Hmm.
I offered to buy him a mic. He said no.
Yeah? Why'd you say no,
dude.
Sundowner?
When did you say that? Why me one now?
It was on my Discord, fuckhead. I already did tell you I would buy you a mic just so I didn't have to listen to this stupid garbage.
Okay, buy me one. I'm on
Alright, send me your address. I will.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
goodbye.
What kind of mic are you getting him?
I could get him the one I have, which is I forgot what the fuck this is, but it's a pretty good mic.
Is it a blue?
No, I have a Blue Yeti that I gave to my little brother.
Okay. I said that
You know-
Sundowner can just crowdfund it in the Discord. He's allowed to do that.
Oh yeah, why don't you fucking do that, Sundowner? I think so many people here have enough money to crowdfund you a mic so they don't have to listen to like that scrap tinfoil mic that you're using right now.
I don't have a bank account, so I can't really do that.
What
But
the
anyway,
fuck
okay.
do you mean you don't have a bank account?
I don't have a.
Do you have a PayPal? Like, are you...
By the way, you're Jordanian, Sundowner?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a wannabe Palestinian.
Go fuck yourself.
Alright, anyway, goodbye.
Okay, bye bye. Anything else, guys?
I'm interested if they publish, like, because the data that I talked about with the negative correlation, that's a snippet of data, right? That I guess they got it from the like, you cannot download the data yourself. There's the, OCGA, they got it from the OCGA. But if you try to download it yourself, you need like be a UN member. So I tried to do that. You cannot like get access to the data of the raw data itself. But somehow these reporters who did that got access to some part of the data. But it's only like a snippet of the data, meaning it's like only 1 month. But I'm interested to see like the whole data of all the casualties. So, but I still view that as like, even if you look at like, I don't know, they looked at like 20 or 30 days there. I still find it very strange that you find these kinds of.
I mean, I know that like it's probably quite clear that there's some meddling going on just with like when you compare how fast they're able to accumulate like the amount of deaths versus like how long it took Israel to come to their final number with like the 1400 to 1200. But and also like there are certain incidents where it's very clear, right? Like the Al Ali Hospital 500 or 471 dead or whatever. That number never got taken off of the health ministry's final count, even though basically everyone agrees the right number was lower. So like. And I think there's a story from 2018, apparently, of them like putting out a story and then retracting it because possibly under pressure from Hamas. But like, yeah, I don't think it really takes away from the overall that the true death count like of the war so far is probably around what's being reported, if not higher,
Probably
because
even,
of people
yeah,
in the
even
rubble.
higher.
Right?
Yeah, probably even higher. Yeah, I think that's like that's a good like way to look at it. It's a good.
Honestly, I trust the demographic breakdown by the Ministry of Health. I think we can project it on the rest of the breakdown. And if you like have problem with the GMO breakdown, you can
I don't.
project that.
I don't trust the breakdown. I trust like the numbers maybe, but I don't.
You're saying you trust the one that we just spoke about, the 21 women, 31 children, 39 males, right? Adult males. That's the one that you trust.
The breakdown by the Ministry of Health and the recent
Yeah,
report.
okay.
I think you can project it to be approximately the same over the total casualties. Furthermore, what I found is that I'm starting.
Again, I have issues with
Please go
everything
easy.
coming down like from those like places, like UNRWA, like as well. Like you can
Okay.
take like UNRWA for example, like says
Okay, I have problem as much as you do, but they actually published the name of everyone who died. his
Everyone,
age,
all
and his
30,000.
ID. No, not the 30,000 because they don't have the data.
Okay,
Because they
so
can't
what
access the
they
notes.
how many did they publish?
22,000.
Okay.
So, like, if you have any
So
problem
you
with
know what?
that breakdown,
Maybe I'll wait for people to double check and confirm that new data that was just published and see how that looks, and
yeah,
maybe you're right,
yeah,
Santo.
like, and two things that people always miss is that there are at least like 8,000, 7,000, most likely much more who are dead under the rubble now. We cannot actually verify their deaths and identify them properly because there's a little thing called war going on there. So we don't actually have the full number of deaths so far. It's most likely at least 30% higher.
Don't know about the percentage, but I don't think anyone would disagree about that. That the number's going to be higher, probably.
Yeah, so like we don't actually have the breakdown for those. And anyways, if we like wish to project the total casualties and estimate from it the number of combatant deaths, it would be closer to 5,000 to 6,000. So I actually don't know what you're trying to get from this data, but if you want to calculate it based on excess deaths, the number of combatants to civilians and everything, it would be like 6,000 to 34,000, all around this number.
Okay.
By the way, I'm like, talk about like proof of why the data is unreliable. Sorry. So there's like the former Reuters chief says that the Hamas-run health ministry is untrustworthy and they're likely inflating daily death tolls.
I don't. I think they are deflating. They actually cannot process the number of daily deaths properly, and they have many difficulties. For example, for today, they only managed to report 44, while the media reports estimated in the hundreds. Approximately 150 died, and the Minister of Health also couldn't report but 44 of them. So I think it's very reliable. You can look at it like the number of media reports and the number of Minister of Health reports for every day. It's on the GMO Telegram and the Minister of Health Telegram, as well as their websites. Like you can it's public information.
But I cannot get the raw data still. I would love to get the raw data of everything.
Raw data of what?
Raw data, like of every person when he died. Like
we cannot actually get this data because, as I said,
they have 22,000. They have.
Then, yes, we have it because those were calculated in the hospitals.
Yeah, but I want to have it. I want to have like when they died.
Yes, I sent it to you for the 22,000.
In the stream suggestions.
Yep.
Is it just a list of names, or is it going to be like when they died as well?
Just let me take another look at it.
It's pretty big, 454 pages. I think it does have, it's got two dates, or date of birth. I don't know if there's date of death.
No, there's date of birth, but no date of death.
Yeah.
Okay. So I cannot really do
because
anything. I cannot like check their names, right? Like they probably are like so. I mean, people can double check that.
What are the what's this 31, 78, 37 number? What's that?
It's their age.
Oh, it's their age. Okay. Oh, you could do something with that.
Yeah.
It doesn't have the death date, but
breakdown
you can actually.
I mean, let's
try.
Doesn't Israel control the Gazan population registry? Couldn't you? Do you have any? Can you ask special forces and find out?
I think the Palestinian Authority has. I'm actually. I don't think we do like Israel does like reviews on or know how many people are exactly, but I'm not sure if we have like something like that. Probably do.
Okay. Well.
You can actually estimate the date of the deaths because there's a demographic breakdown for deaths every day, and those lists are in chronological order, so you can estimate it.
Oh.
I'll try to get into Excel and work on it, and I'll let you know what I find. Okay?
Cool.
Okay.
All right. Anything else, guys?
Oh yeah, it's unrelated thing to the statistics. want to talk with you about the Israeli protests about like getting the hostages back.
Okay. Oh, the people who were blocking the aid trucks.
No, not about that.
Okay.
Not about those. The people who protest against the Israeli government and saying like we need to do a deal now, and also general
okay.
like the pressure from like the Western, like kind of Biden, all the quote unquote people on the side of Israel.
Yeah.
I'm kind of torn in between two things because on one thing, if you don't trust the Israeli government as an Israeli citizen to get the hostages back, you would want to do like noise and protest and say, let's get the hostages back. On the other thing, if I was like in charge of Hamas and I would see those protests, it probably would tell me that, yeah, I can demand more and more because Israel is under pressure. It's under pressure like from internally from these protests. It's under pressure from like, you see the talks that Biden does with Benjamin and the UK talk about like stopping arms, all of that. Like if I was the Hamas leadership, I would say, yeah, why would I need to do a deal now if I can get a better deal later, right?
Yeah. I get what you're saying.
So I'm kind of torn to like, it's not like I'm against the protests, like for releasing the hostages, but I'm kind of thinking out loud if it does more bad than good, because if the Israel government is like, oh, we're not doing enough and we need protests, maybe it does do good because you kind of like amplify that voice. But if Israel does whatever it can, maybe it does. You don't know what happens behind closed doors, so. I'm kind of torn about if I support it or not. I honestly, at this point, I'm a bit like, I think it's doing more bad than good, but I'm not sure.
Maybe. Like it's not like a secret that a lot of these war decisions aren't necessarily made by what's better for the operation or what's better for civilians or anything like that. It's to do with like it is also influenced by public opinion and international opinion, which I think is why some people were theorizing that Israel tried to move really, really fast to begin with, because even Shapiro said this, that because they knew that there was a ticking clock on how long the world would put up with Israel's actions before calling for fucking ceasefires or threatening to take funds away and shit like that. So yeah, I don't know. Is my Discord fucked again? Okay.
No. It's just a sad situation because I feel very bad for the hostages there.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else, you guys?
No.
Also, the report actually is not also just about the total casualties. It's also about the casualties in the report are only for those who died in combat operations, not natural deaths. But it also talks about the overall health situation. And apparently they say that dozens or hundreds have died of starvation, but they couldn't access them. As such, they couldn't get them into the population registry, which makes sense because, in fact, they cannot access anywhere in the north.
Yeah, I heard that as well, because I know that between sort of like day 150 and 170, there were no reports of any starvation deaths. But then there's the other part that the health ministry is going to have less access to. Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah,
that doesn't surprise
me.
Like
if you look at they published a list of people who died from the healthcare system, and apparently it's around 480, approximately 500. So it has been pretty devastated, and also thousands more were injured. So they cannot really operate probably for the time being.
500 died from starvation, you're saying?
No, 500 died from the healthcare system, so they cannot really operate probably as they could previously.
Right, gotcha.
Especially in the north.
Okay, Pedro, I will read that as well.
Yeah.
Somebody linked me in stream chat something.
Like the official report states that the hospitals in the north are incapable of operating at all. Like maybe just as an emergency unit or a clinic for something, but they cannot fully operate as much as they could before. So to actually get data from the north is extremely difficult.
Makes sense. Okay.
Anyways,
I'm gonna look at this fucking pull-out story. Okay.
Okay, have fun.
All right, take care, guys. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
I'm going too slow. Oh! What's going on? This is Trixie. I go here? Get the bishop? Yes! Fuck you, dick. Huh. Uh-oh, that was bad. Just gave a fuck. Huh. Huh. I got 7 seconds to pull off this fuck. Huh. 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 Fuck. Oh no. This is dangerous. Huh. Huh. There we go. We got him. Can't move. Huh. I'd actually rather get a stalemate here. Okay. Fuck me. Okay. Ladder, obviously. Okay. Let's actually learn the thing that we came here to talk about, shall we? Okay. The pullout. I guess we've already done it, haven't we? What else is there? Fresh and fit. If someone can send me the link in stream chat, I'll have a look at the fresh and fit bullshit. But right now, I want to see more stories about the pullout to see if we miss anything. That's what I want to do. God damn it. Where the... Alright, let's just close some windows. It's getting fucking chaotic in here. It's getting a fucking mess. There was this video of Benny Morris doing a talk in LSE, and they're all just fucking screaming over him. It's... Discord drama over the... I didn't actually mean to ban someone because they don't like getting gifted a sub, Wiz, you tone-deaf motherfucker. That was a joke. What? Summarize the number stuff. Okay, so what I learned is that a Hamas spokesman, a press spokesman for Hamas, said that 70% of the people who have died so far in the war were women and children. 70%. But the Gaza Health Ministry's numbers of a sample number of deaths seem to be more of a nuanced breakdown. So according to the health ministry, it seems to be that 21% were women, 31% were children, and 39% were adult males, with some room for fucking elderly as well. So the numbers are just different. So basically, you've got two institutions, both under Hamas. One of them, the more trustworthy one, generally giving different numbers to the one that's less trustworthy, right? There you go. Fuck. Ugh. Anyway. Who else's shitty reporting do I want to read on this story? Sky, let's go. Why Israel pulled troops from southern Gaza and what could happen now? Okay. Hamas has been demanding a full Israeli withdrawal from Gaza, something that Israel repeatedly rejected. Could this partial withdrawal be a workable compromise? What does that mean for the breakdown accuracy? It means that someone's lying. That's what it means, Jamie. Maybe more likely the spokesman who said 70%, because that's the propaganda line that gets spun around the world. But the Gaza Health Ministry numbers are slightly different. But yeah. It wasn't just a spokesman. This 70% figure has been what OCHA, OPT, etc. have been relying on since November. Yeah, but is it not because it originally came from a spokesman, or is that wrong?
Okay, real quick. It's not just that it's like a 70. He was like just straight up lying 70% more. Like the numbers are completely different. It's more so that he included what the Gaza Health Ministry would not include as children.
Yeah, because different
So
ages, right?
yeah, so for the Gaza Health Ministry, they include everyone 15 and under is a child, but for this person, or I don't know why he did this, anyone that's 18 and under is a child. So that, and the median age in Gaza, you know, the most people that are at that age in Gaza is like 17, 18. So that grossly like inflates the numbers in one direction.
How old do you need to be a Al Qassam Brigade's fighter?
I feel like if you're a male and you're 15, they can give you a fucking AK and you can do some work.
Okay.
I've seen listen, even in my village, I've seen
I thought we
some
weren't working with feelings here, Seth. I thought we were going with fucking facts.
All right,
Where's the facts?
here, I'll give you anecdotal then. Well, I mean, they've had camps where they've literally trained children who are like 15, 16, and they've been like soldiers.
Okay.
So, and I've seen some yoked 15, 16-year-olds, so wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why the 70% number is like any source that's like anti-Israel would take that and be like, yeah, no. And even even if they're not anti-Israel, a lot of Western, like, you know, liberal countries would consider someone under 18 a child.
Yeah, in like Western countries we do, but it also depends because, like, when our militants die, because in Scotland you can join the army when you're 16, but if a 16-year-old in the army dies, we don't say a child died, right?
But that's the problem from that problem comes from the Gaza Health Ministry, which is like they don't tell you who's a militant or not. So you'll have a bunch of 16, 17-year-olds that died, but we don't know if they're militants or not.
Yeah, imagine some are and some aren't, right?
Yeah, so that's probably why you would see a lot of these like organizations abroad using that figure, that 70%, because to them, because they don't know who's a militant or not, it is 70% because they can include everyone that's like under 18, a child. So it's not just like straight up lies; it's just manipulation of information.
Okay.
Yeah. Shut you.
Right. The withdrawal of almost all Israeli forces from southern Gaza is a significant moment in this war, but it might be too early to assess how significant. Officially, it is to give troops time to recuperate after months of heavy fighting, although that doesn't explain why they haven't just been replaced. Israeli officials are also saying operations in Khan Yunis are over and there's nothing left to do. That's not entirely true, as some rockets were fired out of the city towards Israel hours after the soldiers left. Yeah, it was 5 rockets, yeah. We didn't get those 5 rockets. It is weird that they're saying there's nothing left to do. That's a bit odd. Nothing left to do. Bro, there's always something to do. They're lying. Who's lying to me, Sheer? Who? What? Why don't you come in and provide some pushback? Coward. All right. You've always got something to say. Oh, the IDF. They're lying by saying they had nothing else to do. They're lying to all of us. Okay, you're having a moment. That's fine. I mean, I think it's because of international pressure, right? That's why that's actually why. That not clear? It's just a total coincidence that they made this decision after fucking Biden went mental at them and after the CK killings. I'd say that's quite likely. Hamas says they don't recruit anyone under 18. However, historically during the Intifada, they recruited people younger. However, they stopped or at least drastically decreased in an attempt to get international legitimacy. Okay, gotcha. After they got the Biden blast, the malarkeys. All right. Although some forces will remain predominantly patrolling the east-west corridor that divides the Strip, withdrawing from Khan Yunis concedes ground and surely makes a large-scale land invasion of Rafah unlikely, at least in the short term. Honestly, how do you feel about your chat now screaming Pallywood at everything, and how long will your video with Beast Process still be up? I'm imagining it's getting pulled soon. No. Even if I change my mind on one or two things in a fucking video, I still keep it up. What are you talking about? That would be insane. Also, I'm pretty sure half the people who say Pallywood in this chat are trolling because they don't actually buy it. Like, a lot of people in this audience don't like the Pallywood meme. And I know that because I don't like calling it Pallywood either. So, and my community just does what I do. So, you know, fuck it. Oh no, here they come. That portion's getting smaller every day. Leave then. Make it even smaller, dick. Ugh. Hmm. It could be linked to a hostage deal, or like a secret one. Senior levels are expected to resume in Cairo on Sunday, with Israel's intelligence chief David Barnea present. Okay. Hamas has been demanding a full Israeli withdrawal from Gaza, something that Israel repeatedly rejected. Could this partial withdrawal be a working compromise? Militarily, it signifies the shift to a new phase, the third phase in this 6-month war. The first phase was the aerial bombardment, and the second was the ground invasion. I would expect to see Israeli forces now operating in a counterterrorism fashion, launching raids based on specific intelligence, rather than having an all-out continuous presence in much of Gaza. The withdrawal of forces should create space for more humanitarian aid to move about Gaza, something that is desperately needed. But without a day after plan, it will possibly also create a scrutiny vacuum, as we've seen in northern Gaza, can lead to the return of Hamas cells. Okay? Security, not scrutiny. Wow. Well done spelling. Northern. If this truly is a new significant phase, the withdrawal of forces must be accompanied by meaningful progress in the political process. Otherwise, any military gains Israel has made could rapidly be lost. Okay. I feel like we're getting the whole story now because after a couple of articles, you just start to see all the same shit getting repeated, eh? Quietly withdraws. Was it quietly? Okay. Guardian. Tactical reasons. Okay. But two brigades will stay in the northern half of Gaza Strip and the new corridor that now bifurcates the Palestinian territory at Wadi Gaza, the IDF said on Sunday, in order to preserve the IDF's freedom of action and its ability to conduct precise intelligence-based operations. It is believed the drawdown is primarily to relieve reservists after nearly 4 months of intense fighting in the now decimated southern city of Khan Yunis, rather than any significant shift in strategy. plausibly. I'll put that here. Simply be part of the operation. Uh. 4 months of fighting. An army official spoke to the Israeli daily Haaretz, said that there's no need for us to remain in Khan Yunis. The 98th Division dismantled Hamas's Khan Yunis brigades and killed thousands of its members. We did everything we could there. Displaced Palestinians from the city may now be able to return to their homes, they said. Military analysts said on Sunday that an Israeli ground offensive on Gaza's southernmost town of Rafah, where about 1.5 million people are sheltering, is not off the table. But the timing of the announcement coincides with the beginning of a new round of mediated talks in Cairo, the Egyptian capital, aimed at securing a second truce and hostage release deal, and is being received as a positive sign that the latest negotiations, after much faltering, may finally bear fruit. Israel confirmed on Sunday that it would send a delegation to take part in the latest negotiations after an announcement from the Palestinian militant group Hamas had confirmed the day before it would send negotiators. Okay? Expanded mandate, CIA, blah, 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 blah. 100 Israelis freed. Permanent ceasefire, withdrawal from Gaza, return to their homes of the displaced. Serious exchange of Palestinian prisoners for Israeli hostages. And then they mentioned October 7th, retaliatory offensive. Famine projected and imminent. Denies blocking aid, saying shortages are a result of logistics failures. Breakdown of public order. Bureaucratic controls imposed by Israel. Too dangerous to go north. Netanyahu. This was only a couple of hours after being on the phone with Biden that Netanyahu announced they would open the Erez and the Erez crossing and the fucking other one. What's the other one? Ashdod. Yeah. Warnings from foreign ministry officials that if aid were not increased, Israel would risk sanctions and arms embargoes. Okay. I think we're all good. I think we've got everything we need for that story. The Uo crossing. What the fuck? Okay. Huh. The fucking check the UK poll. On what? What UK poll? What UK poll? You guys are weird. Telegraph UK Muslim poll. Okay, let's go. Oh, this one. Are you going to offer me to subscribe to your shitty fucking news website? Okay. The Telegraph. Just 1 in 4 British Muslims believe Hamas committed murder and rape in Israel. Oh no. Oh no. Findings show failure of counter-extremism policy and confirm a lot of work needs to be done to challenge old anti-Semitic tropes. Only 1 in 4 British Muslims believe that Hamas committed murder and rape in Israel on October 7th, a major report has found. A poll commissioned by the Henry Jackson Society, a counter-extremism think tank, found that 46% of British Muslims said they sympathize with Hamas. The survey, which is the largest of its kind to be carried out since the Israel-Hamas conflict began, asked a range of questions to British Muslims as well as to the general public. Its findings come on the 6-month anniversary of the October 7th massacre, when Hamas terrorists infiltrated Israel, killed around 1,200 citizens, and took 253 people hostage. The survey found that just over half of British Muslims want to make it illegal to show a picture of the Prophet Muhammad, compared to about 16% of the public. A third of British Muslims, 32%, want to see Sharia law implemented in the UK versus 9% of the public. I don't know what the fuck they mean by Sharia. I hate this fucking question. Because sometimes this can just mean they want like separate fucking divorce courts and shit like that. I don't know. God. Because they approach it in a different way. I don't know. God. Younger and well-educated Muslims were more likely to think Hamas did not commit atrocities on October 7th, with the proportions rising to 47% among 18 to 24-year-olds and 40% among the university-educated. Whoa. Younger and more well-educated. On Friday night, ministers were urged to step up their efforts to counter extreme narratives. Shocking, but not also shocking, said a bunch of interfaith groups person. Okay. Hamas is an Islamist extremist and terrorist group that has been terrorizing Gazans, Israelis, and liberals within society for decades. The sense that Hamas did not conduct massacres and rapes in Israel is atrocious because it showed a closed-off mentality to anything emanating from Israel. The survey was carried out by JL Partners, the polling company which was founded by James Johnson, the former Downing Street pollster. It also found that almost half, 46% of British Muslims say Jews have too much power over UK government policy, compared to 16% of the general public. Why is it 16% in the fucking general public, bro? Why? Among British Muslims, 41% said Jews have too much power in the media industry, and 39% said Jews have too much power in the UK's financial system. Mr. Mughal said, the findings confirm that a lot of work needs to be done to inform, challenge, and address old anti-Semitic tropes that are still circulating among some of my co-religionists. The government has got to provide better guidance for teachers, schools, and education establishments. The investment needs to happen as soon as possible because we are at real risk of a social cohesion problem. Asked whether Hamas committed murder and rape in Israel on October 7th, 24% of British Muslims said they had, compared to 62% of the general public. Why is it only 62% of the general public, bro? Why? I'm more surprised by the general public numbers. A further 39% of British Muslims said Hamas did not commit atrocities, and 37% said they did not know whether they had or not. They watched too much Vadim. Hey, good one. Unwillingness, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Isn't he fighting with fucking Brianna Wu now? Oh no. Oh. What is Brianna Wu saying with Mr. Vadim? Let's see. The number is pulled down by the inclusion of rape. Probably, because that's the one that people have a bunch of fucking issues with it. Let me see. To me, the progressive stance is to oppose theocracy and to stand with our American Jewish brothers and sisters, then make up a massive percentage of our organizing infrastructure. Everything Hamas and PIJ want is diametrically opposed to progressive values. They are raping women and burning babies. They started a war that has led to unimaginable suffering. I have no fucking idea why everyone has lost the plot, but I won't cheerlead terrorists alongside them. To which... to a friend of the show, Vadim, they're burning babies. At this point, everyone knows no such thing occurred on October 7th, and so Brianna Wu is just knowingly posting disgustingly racist atrocity propaganda, and while demanding she's the true progressive in the same breath, no less. Truly sick, bizarre behavior. I thought we did know that kids were burned, that at least 1 or 2 babies were burned. What? They're not literally photographs of like a mother and her fucking kid tied together and set on fire. They set fire to houses and bomb shelters with people with families in them. Why does he think this didn't happen? I know there was the charred body that people tried to say was AI, but again, that failed because the problem is that even the website that they used to show it was AI literally said that 1 in 6 pictures can be false positives. And then 4chan tried to say it was actually a picture of a dog that got switched over. Like, oh, God. Yeah, we're the opposite of fucking Pallywood right now. God. Israeli Wood's okay, though, right? Hmm. Israeli Wood is just Hasbara. Why is he... Bro. Scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds. Yeah, they have the picture of it there. Like, fucking... Someone responded with the picture. You can see the fucking spinal column and shit. What a fucking state, man. Eek. Hope you don't go down for that brief flash. No, not on YouTube. Just don't want to hold it too long for like monetization reasons or whatever, and just because I don't really need to show you guys a fucking burnt body for that long to make the point. Like, we know it happened. And we know the attempts to say that it was fake were absolute dog shit, so like, okay. The fuck? Oh well. Is there anything I want to watch today? Daily Wire, conservative civil war, protests against Netanyahu. Why has there been no cringe lately to react to? There's not been any, has there been any cringe? Any good old lengthy cringe videos? Source everyone knows. No, I mean, the source is actually the picture of the fucking burnt body, but okay. What do you think, Amit? What do you think that picture actually is? Let's do it. You're live. You're in the seat. Don't be a fucking coward. Tell us what you think happened. This was actually where they did have forensics as well. They had people analyzing the bodies. They had doctors looking at the bodies. So you can't even use your fucking stupid rape apologist shit for this either. Like, young couple and baby burned by terrorists in Kfar Aza home fight for their lives. Staff at Sheba Medical Center worked to save the young family. Wife's brother tells of harrowing hours when he and other relatives lost contact with them. Kibbutz of around 765 residents, located 5 kilometers, 3 miles east of northern Gaza. The entire civil defense team was killed. In total, more than 70 kibbutz members were murdered by the terrorists. The injured from Kfar Aza amounted, count them among the 4,562 injured Israelis, been treated at hospitals. Golan survived the onslaught, however, they were critically injured and evacuated by helicopter to the National Burn Center at Sheba Medical Center near Tel Aviv. The terrorists had set fire to their home with them inside. Daughter in the pediatric intensive care unit was doing better. Has this person gone quiet? What? Now, this is when they say, oh, times of Israel, you'd really believe that? Like, that's probably where they say that. Or they just go quiet and hold their head in shame and cry and piss themselves. I don't know. Waiting for what? We're waiting for you to say what you think happened to that baby that was allegedly burned. Or even what happened here, whether or not this is true. Anything. I was being cynical. Okay. Wow. You mean sarcastic, not cynical. Okay. Didn't know I'm being on the spot. Oh, well, welcome to the stream. Okay. Right. Finished medical school, working as a doctor, and this is just about their life. Okay. You are the least biased source. Go. Yes. Oh no. Oh no. Apparently Warthongs is digging into this fucking Gaza Health Ministry data. I don't know if this necessarily proves it all wrong, but apparently one person is 1,962 years old. Okay. Huh. It's probably they mixed up the date of birth with the age, I'd imagine. Twice. He misspoke. Ooh, sorry. All right. This doesn't prove it wrong. Yeah, I don't think it proves it wrong, but still. Is what it is. The thing is you can't really get content out of Vadim because he's not really like a public speaker. You can't really get, even though he's actually one of the few like left-wing YouTube video essays people who actually is up for debating, but he just takes a very long time to say anything, and it's not really like good content, I guess. He's definitely more suited to the video editing stuff. He's actually really good at that. His video edits are really... He's a very skilled editor. Oh, you were making fun of him saying everyone knows. Ah, I understand now. Okay. Gosh. Did nobody else see the Tiny Dan podcast last night? It was so cringe I couldn't look away. Why was it cringe? I didn't see it. What happened? Dan was drunk. Okay, what's wrong with that? Was he not funny drunk? Oh no. All right. My stomach is getting sore. I don't know why I keep getting fucking stomach pains like today and yesterday. And I think the day before as well. Would you be okay with separate divorce procedures based on religion? I mean, if there's one for fucking Christians, I don't see why there shouldn't be one for Muslims. Does Fauda count as Pallywood? I don't think so. I don't think that's what people mean when they say Pallywood. Maybe that's your period. I said that yesterday. I said my ovaries. Okay, it was a joke, obviously. Israwood. It's not even, it's just a fucking series. It's not anything to do with like war propaganda or whatever. Unless you think it's fiction in aid of war propaganda. Mexico cuts ties with Ecuador. Oh no, because of the drug shit. Okay. You guys, I'm at a loss. If I if I don't know what to cover next anytime soon, I'm gonna end up watching fucking Hassan's response to the drama, to the to the BDS drama. Oh no, we're not doing that. No. Search for erudite versus tree. What the fuck did they even argue about? Is that on Twitter or is that on a YouTube thing? I don't think she's done a thing on her channel about tree. Boring Twitter thing. Yeah, fuck that. Waste of time. You truly have the best job in the world. I know, eh? I could watch the Owen Jones debate. I could do it. I also don't know anything about this fucking Abby Martin person. But I imagine it's just going to be the same fucking cringe. Ugh. Why don't you guys want to watch Owen Jones? He's very popular. Don't look away. Don't look away. It's only 13 minutes. It's a pretty short fucking debate. She's RT. I did not know Abby Martin was... She's former RT. The Hassan response was pretty good. Was it? Wasn't he just shitting on BDS people? To be fair, that might actually be quite funny. Why would I not watch a Hassan segment that I might actually agree with? Why would I not do that?
is what everyone.
Ugh. When did it start?
Of it, collaborators with the Nazi government that outed Jews and like picked them and that were shipping them over to muted. Dude, come on, man. Hungarian Jews being slaughtered in the Holocaust is not a fucking spoiler. It's just a thing. What the fuck? You can't say it's a spoiler for a movie. Anyway.
You can to some audiences.
He's more obsessed with the efficiency of the machine of death than it would be phenomenal because, like, as a concept, it's so funny seeing this movie beforehand and somewhere else. The reason why I spent like 10 minutes talking specifically about how gross and wormy the Hess family is in general. No, even if you're a fucking Nazi and you watch this movie, you're going to be like, oh man, they really fucked this up. Like, they made him look so awful. It's just so... My biggest criticism is it's hard to understand a movie without knowing the background. No, it's not. It's literally everywhere. Glacier has explained that his goal was to show that the perpetrators of the Holocaust were not monsters but humans, just like, where is it? Where is that? I just happening here. Did I actually, when they're hungry, a Big Mac is really good for a side of genocide. Finally see through Hassan.
Oh, it's here.
Okay.
Oh.
Millions of viewers. Okay. So here's the thing. So
I don't know, like a buck. Spencer. I don't know, like a buck. Max. I don't know, like a buck. Thomas.
$1 million.
Buck. Henry. I don't know, like
$1 million.
Peter. I don't know, like a
Apothecary.
Helldiver CEO so honest he openly said get it later. Yeah, there's a couple things that the CEO has done so far that is like...
Okay, I need a bathroom break. 1 second.
Nintendo is an awful company overall for its rigorous IP protection.
He won't mind, right? He won't mind.
Very Japanese way sometimes, like, they'll do this thing where they'll be like, oh, in a period of downturn, instead of doing mass layoffs, we've decided, like, we're gonna try to limit the amount of return we give back to, like, shareholders, things like that. And I have no idea what the fuck happened in this TikTok. I don't know. Speaking of TikTok, though, there's one other thing that I wanted to talk about, and this is about my fraudulent behavior. That's right. I want to come clean. I'm a grifter and I'm a fraud, and I actually, for the past 10 years, have been lying about my support for Palestinian emancipation. Why am I saying this? It's because Zoomers on TikTok, and I didn't even realize that this was going on, have decided that that is the case. They've decided that I care more about the top of the hour ad break than anything else. Clip it and ship it. I'm a fraudulent bitch. Don't be fraudulent at the top of the hour, though. Subscribe for $5 or for free. Now, as you guys probably recall, I made it to Australian news even because a Hasanabi head came up to me while we were... a Hasanabi head came up to me while we were in Melbourne attending the Palestinian protests. Where is it? Where is that clip? Does anyone have that clip specifically? I'm going to try to find that TikTok as well that like banged. It's got like 80K likes. Hold on.
Do you know what I love about this segment? Is it's basically just Hassan having a fucking shower argument with the lady rather than with that lady who wanted them to boycott Coca-Cola rather than say anything actually to her face. He's being so polite to her. He's like, oh yeah, okay, I'll put it in a glass next time, sure thing. Then he comes back. He's like, listen the fuck up. You want me to boycott Coca-Cola, you fucking idiot? Like, that's what I hope is happening. A shower argument. A shower argument is when you have an argument with someone and then you're in the shower thinking about all the fuck afterwards, thinking about all the things that you should have said in the argument. That's a shower argument. You have a cope session.
Now to a dude called Hassan who...
Let's just watch the clip, only the clip right here. And then beyond that, okay, beyond the clip that went viral and made its way into and got 730,000 views on Australian news, okay, we will talk about the secondary impact.
I'm sorry, I forgot to say you need to stop drinking Coke Zero on stream.
Why?
It's boycott.
Wait, is it?
You're preaching pro-Palestine and you're drinking all this boycott stuff. Please, Hassan, at least pretend. Do it off stream. Please.
Okay, I'll put in a glass. Is Pepsi okay?
No.
No.
No soda,
I didn't know it was like that.
I'm trying to stop it. He's an animal.
I tried to stop him. He's an animal. So that was like a brief altercation. I obviously didn't want to like debate on camera in that moment. So many Zoomers on TikTok give me secondhand embarrassment, and that makes me
why not
want to gouge my eyes out. So while that had happened, it turns out, and I thought people were just like saying that she was cringe or whatever. A lot of right wingers immediately pounced on this and were like, "Yeah, you guys are fucking. This is what you deserve, Hassan. You fucking idiot. You fucking dumbass. Like, you deserve this. This is the community that you've cultivated." Like, and everyone was like basically making jokes about her being maybe a little overzealous, right? While it was not that serious of a moment, or at least I thought, and right wingers basically uses an opportunity to just like conveniently avoid talking about Palestine and the ethnic cleansing campaign that was going on, for the record, which is still ongoing, mind you. And they shifted their attention away to how cringe this is. Okay, how cringe, pro-Palestinian people are. Ultimately, it doesn't fucking matter. They are on the right side of history, and also are doing their very best, all things considered. Okay. I did not want to debate the efficacy of like Coke versus Pepsi or any of those things in that very moment, because I thought that would be silly. However, the funniest was them implying that even you are annoyed by your own chatters. Like, bro, are you new here? Yeah, exactly. It doesn't even make sense. This is the community you cultivated, is what everyone's overarching attitude was. And how she was also a hypocrite herself. That's what they were saying, because they were like, oh, even if you drink Coke, just don't show it. Stuff like that. And I thought it was over after that. I thought the right wing got their licks in. They thought it was funny, blah, blah, blah. They owned the left, even though they're owning the left on what? Like the left not wanting genocide. Okay.
I love how everyone critiquing this person is from the right and pro-genocide. Hold on.
But it turns out it didn't end there at all, because 4 days ago, apparently people are actually very mad at me on the at least Australian side of at least on the Australian side of TikTok. Where the fuck is it? Like, I'm gonna try to find this one clip. I responded to it on like to that person who had posted about it. There were apparently people that were mad because I said I'm a true blue Aussie. That's one thing. Not realizing that, like, I love that shit. I mean, I LARP as like an American hog as well. It's funny, the community cultivated argument only ever applies to you when they're bitching. Other streamers in their awful communities, though, no separate entities. Hold on. I can't even find this fucking thing. Why don't you just BDS First of all, I do BDS. The fuck do you mean? Shut up. And I'm going to get to that in a second. Okay? But I just want to show this. I want to show this reaction. But I can't find it. Fuck. Why can't I find it? Where can I find the can I find the what do you call it? Oh, Hijabi Barbie. That's the one. So here. Hijabi Barbie says, and I don't want you guys to yell at her, okay? I don't. Do not fucking disrupt this person's life. Do not yell at this person. Do not comment on this person's fucking TikToks or anything like that, okay? That is not the point, because ultimately, these people are on the right side, okay? They might be a little overzealous, and they might be a little unproductive, but they are still ultimately on the right side, okay? These people are allies. So I just want to mention something here. What do you want? Okay, fine. You can get off. She said, this is my friend. She is correct. He could at least pretend and drink it off screen instead of streaming himself, holding it to his millions of viewers, essentially being a walking advertisement. She's standing on business and holding him accountable. Drink some water, bro. It ain't hard. If this was a dude, y'all would have made velocity edits by now. This got 83,000 likes. And I did not, because I didn't understand originally why. Like, I thought people were just like baiting. I thought people were joking. Millions of viewers. Okay. So here's the thing. If Coca-Cola isn't on the official BDS list, then why is it on a bunch of the social media BDS posts? I don't know where people are getting this from, but this is the list I've always worked off of. This is from the BDS movement website. Act now against these companies profiting from the genocide of the Palestinian people. Not only have I also been an obvious supporter of BDS for many, many years, talked about some of the complications. Okay. The official BDS list literally has these companies: the consumer boycott targets, AXA, Puma, Carrefour, HP.
Sorry, wasn't he advertising McDonald's? He was advertising McDonald's on his shorts, no? Or where was it? He doesn't stick to this, does he? There's a lot here. There's quite a lot here. Yeah, they were here, right? Look. He had them on the back of his shoe. McDonald's shorts. Did the Coke? Oh, that's just me talking. Okay. Okay.
Chevron, Caltex, Texaco, and the like, SodaStream. There are pressure targets here as well. There are organic boycott targets and divestment and exclusion targets. So the list on here is designed specifically by people who are trying to focus their efforts into a narrow direction to max
I don't
out
even need to comment on the Amazon one, do I? Okay.
its efficiency.
Because Amazon owns Twitch, right?
The Palestinian BDS National Committee.
Do they own it, or do they? What's the connection between Amazon and Twitch? I'm not a Twitch streamer per se, so I don't really give a fuck. They own it. That's what I thought. I just wanted to double check.
The largest coalition in Palestinian society that is leading the global boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement salutes activist organizations and institutions worldwide that have expressed meaningful solidarity with our urgent struggle to stop Israel's unfolding genocide in Gaza by escalating boycott and divestment campaigns. Okay? The spreading boycotts of complicit Israeli and multinational corporations can be effective if done strategically. Ending all state, corporate, and institutional complicity with Israel's genocidal regime is more urgent than ever. So the reason why they talk about targeted boycotts versus non-targeted boycotts also is that
Huh. What happened? No, he's still going.
Ending all state, corporate, and institutional complicity with Israel.
Why did it?
If you think I'm anti-Cokes and the doesn't work, if it's not.
No, yeah, he's here, yeah.
Okay. Their pressure
Interesting.
is because they want to make sure that they are boycotting specific things so that it is more impactful. Okay? If you just decide, for example, that you don't like a certain brand because you heard it or something pops off on social media,
okay,
and you decide to go, all right, this is a bad brand, don't fucking touch it, you are lightening the impact. You are basically changing course. You're focusing on too many different things. Okay?
Matthew Faustini, thanks for the $5. Bibi needs to avoid the Haredi draft starting, so he's withdrawing. He doesn't need more drafted troops and can try to hold together his government. Interesting.
Now, there's a reason why they have targeted boycotts like this. Know what to boycott. Targeted consumer boycotts are convincing retailers across the world to stop selling products of companies profiting from Israel's crimes. Many Israeli exporters complain that it is getting harder for them to export their products. Okay? Virtually all Israeli companies are complicit to some degree in Israel's system of occupation and apartheid. We focus our boycotts on a small number of companies and products for maximum impact. Okay? Check with BDS organizations in your country for the brands being targeted in your community. And here are the companies, as we've shown. Okay? So the reason why Coca-Cola or Pepsi are not a part of this, for the record, the reason why Coca-Cola or Pepsi are not a part of this this targeted boycott, I suspect, is because they don't consider them to be a mountain that they want to tackle because of the indirect impact. Okay?
I wonder if he knows actually what Coca-Cola's job is and what they do in Gaza, or what they did in Gaza before October 7th.
Here's the problem. These companies are all fucking dog shit anyway. And they all do, in some ways, every single company does, in some ways, support Israel. Every single company on the planet does. Israel is an ally to the United States of America. Okay? So technically, you could say that about every fucking company pretty much. Okay? Consumer side protest never works. This is a Hogwarts discourse all over again. Consumer side protest doesn't work if it's not directed.
Oh.
Okay? Consumer activism doesn't work if it's just simply on Reddit and on TikTok. It needs to be directed with a very specific purpose towards very specific companies. That's what BDS seeks to do.
Myron holds back tears while defending Fresh getting the Chinese escort pregnant. Was she an escort? I don't know.
If there's anything you guys can learn from this fucking podcast, learn this. We've been through hell together. We had people come at us. We've had death threats at us. People fucking laugh at every time we fucking go through some bullshit. People make allegations on us. People have tried to absolutely fucking destroy us. And you know who was around me the whole fucking time? These fucking guys. So you motherfuckers can say what the fuck you want to say. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to stand by the guys that stand by me. Because you fucking pieces of shit. If there's anything you guys can learn from this
Oh, God. What a fucking clown, dude. What the fuck? Bruh. Doesn't BDS indirectly harm Palestinians? It might, but that's not always the best argument, right? Like, boycotts of South Africa harmed black people because it, like, made it difficult for them to work, or some people like lost their jobs and shit like that. But there were some products that they couldn't consume because they were going out of business. So, yeah, but I think at the end of the day, they preferred that apartheid was going to get ended. You know, yeah. So depends.
Do you understand?
Do you understand?
Now, the problem for me in particular isn't necessarily just that like this is silliness. I didn't think that this was that serious of an issue until I saw so many people being like, Hassan preaching that he's pro-Palestine then proceeds to not take your friend seriously is so insane to me. Like, can he practice what he's preaching? Hassan loses me more and more as time goes on. His disinterest said a lot. Looking cool was his number one priority in that moment. So y'all finally see through Hassan. At least pretend like the rest of us. She is 100% correct. Understand?
Bro, this happened. I described Hassan as a far left streamer in my YouTube video, and there were quite a few people in the comments who were like, very naive of you to call Hassan far left. He's actually more of like, I swear I've heard people calling him a lib as well, which is insane. Don't you think that boycotting Israeli companies automatically because they're Israeli is cringe? Yeah, that's cringe, I think. Yeah. It's more about picking companies that are involved in shit that you don't think is legit. No one is safe.
But also starting to sense Unity usually doesn't transmit well, speaking from experience.
This is why he said that he's been losing audiences. Apparently, someone said he's been losing audiences because people who are otherwise progressive are not that interested in Palestinians because of liberal racism, whatever dumb shit he thinks it is. And that's why he thinks he's been losing his audience. He thinks he's been losing his audience because people are turning on Palestine. But it's actually because he's probably been losing audience members to people who are more extreme than he is. Because he's not the Hamas supporter that a lot of his fans probably wanted, and that's why they've moved on to the likes of fucking Second Thought or like the deprogrammed fucking morons. Like, yeah.
It's a pop can. The way she just stops, you can see hope leave her eyes. Wait, Coke's in the boycott? I never knew. All Coca-Cola products. So the issue here is
products.
People being like, yeah, actually, these guys are fraudulent. Now, why am I talking about this? I'm talking about this because... Wait, what? It's true that you often act as if you know better before hearing people out, even when they are on our side. Extra boycotts against Israel are good, actually. Okay, but not directly. That's a silly argument. It's true that you often act like you know better. I'm sorry, dude, but to a certain degree, I do know better. Okay?
Yes.
And even if I did not know better, okay, I'm sorry. I'm not going to fucking hear about not being a good advocate for Palestine from people who were 6 years old when I was literally a fucking advocate for Palestinian emancipation publicly.
Yeah.
Okay? That's my issue. If you think I'm anti-Palestine...
I will say this, even though quite a bit of it is disinformation, Hassan is quite knowledgeable on Palestine. Like, he knows a lot of shit. A lot of the shit he knows is not true, like the way he describes fucking certain events across the history, but he does actually have a pretty, like, large repertoire. All basically consumed from one side exclusively, but yeah.
Your worldview is fucking warped. Stop with this fucking idiotic purity testing.
Yeah.
That's my point.
Yeah.
I know you guys' heart is in the right place, and I love TikTok. Okay? I love TikTok for this reason. Hassan, this is your entire audience? No, it's not. And you're a fucking dumbass. Take a day off, Amelia, 54-month subscriber. It is very frustrating to hear people say, Hassan, this is your whole audience, while you are literally experiencing me describing why this is silly behavior. This is housekeeping. You're watching me engage in housekeeping through commentary as I am purposefully walking you through the steps of why this kind of behavior is like inherently reactionary and is anti-solidarity in general.
Oh, he's calling the people further left-wing than him reactionary. Oh, God, no one's escaping the reactionary label. Purity testers, left-wing purity testers are reactionary. Okay. think he probably means authoritarian. They're not right wing though. They are left wing. Okay.
If I didn't care about it, I would have just let it go. Okay? It's simply someone being like, I'm more woke than you. I actually have a better way of doing things and you don't, and you're impure and you're actually not a real supporter.
This segment is amazing.
You raised 1 million for Palestinian aid. Why are people saying you're not real pro-Palestine? What the fuck? I know. It is ridiculous. Okay? It is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And like I said, these people, their hearts are in the right place. Okay? This situation is where a lot of people are late to the party and are trying to overcorrect for their lateness. I get it. Why do leftists get like this, man? What the fuck? Y'all need to talk to normal people. Exactly.
Oh, no.
Exactly.
Oh, no.
Like, the point is...
Bro,
the point is...
when the fact that there's a substantial community out there that Hassan is not left-wing enough for, that's fucking scary, dude. Oh, God. Oh, shit.
There's a reason why organization of this sort works. Okay? There's a reason why the consumer-driven boycotts need to be targeted and directed at specific brands. Because if you spread yourself too thin off of TikToks that you've watched, you're going to inevitably arrive at a less effective boycott movement overall.
True.
Okay?
Facts.
Calling you a fraud makes you seem insidious when the way better stance to take would be try to gently inform or woke scold you like the girl in the video kind of did. Yeah.
Woke scold.
That's the point.
Glare Bell, thanks for the raid. I really appreciate that. I hope you had a good stream. Oh, wow.
The point is that there is a lot of momentum. There is a lot of momentum right now towards Palestinian emancipation. There is some level of solidarity that has been achieved due to the gruesome actions of the genocidal apartheid state of Israel.
Yeah.
Okay?
That was a lot of words.
And TikTok is very important for that. But this kind of attitude, unironically, is counterproductive. When you do something like this, you must ask yourself, if you fancy yourself to be an activist, you must ask yourself, am I taking a step in the right direction? What ended up happening here? Did I actually end up, achieving a positive goal here?
Lornabox, do you consider yourself a leftist? In the real world, yeah. Not in this space, though. No. In this space, I am something else. In this space, I'm basically just a sock dem, which is basically just a reactionary, which is basically a fascist. So I'm a fascist. A social fascist. Maybe I should just own that unironically, be a social fascist. I know, I've seen this. I literally posted this fucking story on my segment, on the original clip. I already did this, no? That the Coca-Cola guy who opened the bottling company, the guy who owns the bottling company, who founded it, that in Gaza is a Palestinian. His family comes from Jaffa in 48. They fled Jaffa in the 48 war. Yeah, we did this. Yeah. They donated like over $1 million to providing clean water to the refugee camps. Good meme, good meme, good meme, good meme, good meme, good meme.
Or did I end up achieving a negative goal here? Holding me, of all people, accountable for drinking Diet Coke or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
Is like, are you actually moving the advocacy for the emancipation of Palestinians in the right direction? Think like that.
Would you ever go on the whatever podcast? I feel like that's the kind of one where you have to go with a partner, right? Because there's always like 5 or 6 people there who are ready to jump down your throat. I could go on my own, but No, if I went with a partner, a teammate. Yeah. I would just need a reliable debate ally. Which would be who? Benny Morris on the Whatever podcast, yeah. Nah. My only reliable debate ally for the Whatever podcast would be Carantos or Grace Thorpe. Otherwise, not doing it.
I have finish your actual point about you being there a little confusion over the Coke stuff. Even I only saw the BDS list you showed, so the fan blowing up over a genuine mistake that's already confusing is counterproductive. Add that to your analysis. I did. The reason why the right wing used that clip to their advantage was because it was a fun distraction to show how fucking silly and crazy leftists are.
Yeah.
Right? To the average person, the goal is to make...
It was a good look at this, look at the shiny, stupid leftist while the genocide happens behind the curtain. Yeah, that's exactly what it was about. It's the only reason I did it. Anyway, hang on. Okay.
People literally advocating against genocide look deranged. And they use that very effectively. They made great propaganda off of that, which is insane to me because they are the fucking deranged ones. The deranged ones are the ones who are defending ongoing ethnic cleansing. But they're more organized. And they're coming at it from a position of power anyway. A lot of TikTok...
Is it ethnic cleansing or genocide? Is he going to make up his mind? Okay, I don't know. Fucking probably thinks of the same thing. Who knows? Okay, that's really... No, whatever. I'm done. I don't need any more. Even though it always brings a few extra viewers. I don't even know. Do people just scroll over the YouTube pod and see Hassan there? Ah, well. Owen Jones. Oh my God. I don't really know if I even want to do a segment right now because we've got quite a lot of segments in the vault to go out, so I don't really want to overwhelm the system. Where is the picture with the 8 core, the 8 track? The system, yeah. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Don't look away. All right. I think I need to... Right. Why do people use the words genocide and ethnic cleansing without knowing their actual meaning? Because it makes you feel good. It makes it feel like it makes it feel like your position is uncontestable. That's why people do it. It makes it feel like anyone who is not on your side is insane, like a demon, monster, Nazi. Because they're either complicit, like they like it, or they're a denier, and both of the things are really bad. So, you know, that's how you do it. Okay. I just wonder if I want to do like a whole update on how we got here to the aid worker story. You guys want to know that? How we got to the withdrawal today? Because I feel like the chain of events that's happened in the last 5 days is going to actually be something that is going to teach you quite a lot about the general history of the Israel-Palestine conflict. And I think from a historical perspective, I think what just happened in the last week, it's going to, it'll really inform just all the different motions at play that are influencing people's decisions, like the role that the United States is playing, the role that international pressure is playing, the role that Hamas is playing. Yeah, I think it tells you quite a lot. Yeah. So about, I think 5 days ago, a group of aid workers from the World Central Kitchen, which is an aid organization run by a celebrity chef, left their depot at about 11 p.m. They went down this road, which had been pre-approved in like kind of like central southern Gaza. They were going down this road, which had been pre-approved as an aid route between the IDF and the aid workers. But on this road, in the dead of night, they were hit by an Israeli drone strike directly. The people got out of the first damaged car, went into the second one. The second car was struck, and then a third car, which was ahead of them, turned back to try and get the people who were injured and save them. And then that car was also struck. 7 people died, international aid workers. 3 of them were British. 1, I think, was a Canadian. Yeah, so pretty horrible tragedy. And I think the reason that this story became such a pivotal one is that unlike previous stories like the Al Ali hospital strike, this one is completely unambiguous. It was not an accident. Those 3 vehicles were struck in very quick succession by a drone that is a very high-tech drone. I think probably one of the, at least it sells itself as the best one for this kind of job, to the point that it even has like a flyby camera mode where it will lock onto a target automatically so that the operator can have like optimal observation rights. They can just look at the camera without worrying about following the target perfectly. So it's pretty well designed. It was very deliberate. It was a very precise strike, which means it had approval from several relevant stages at the chain of command. The question, however, was why did they hit it? Why did they hit 3 aid vehicles? The initial claim that came from the IDF was that it was a misidentification, that they'd misidentified a gunman. And then that led to a few potential conclusions. That one was potentially that they just misidentified the whole convoy altogether. They just thought that this was like a convoy that was being used by gunmen. But the other interpretation could have been that, and this was one that I was maybe thinking, because this would have been really bad, was that they thought 1 or 2 gunmen in an aid convoy would pass the proportionality test. That they actually thought that 7 international aid workers who were delivering much needed aid to the north of Gaza was actually worth it because there were 2 gunmen there, which would have been absolutely insane. That would have been a criminal calculation. But more information came out, at least from the IDF side. They've given a slightly different, not massively different actually, it's just an expanded finding, which is that they blamed it on a misidentification, stating that they did not actually believe the vehicles were aid vehicles at all. They thought that they were different vehicles because they had apparently been following 2 gunmen and had apparently traced their movements to these 3 vehicles. So I guess at some point they might have gone off of the grid and then reappeared, and then they probably thought that that's what they'd found. They described it as a grave mistake. They blamed it on mistaken identification, errors in decision-making, but they also said that it was contrary to standard operating procedures. So I'm guessing that means, if you believe them, it's kind of like, it's almost like 2 things at once. There's one, identifying a group of combatants with limited intelligence, but then at the same time, it's also like identifying what you think are militants, but not having an appropriate procedure or not following a procedure that is actually there to double check whether or not you actually have the right target. And then the other issue that they blamed it on is that there wasn't enough communication between them and the workers. So at one point, they they did know that this was a safe route for aid workers. They knew that aid workers were in the area, but I guess they didn't have communication direct enough that they knew what time the aid workers would be there and that they didn't have any live contact. And they also targeted these vehicles at night, which meant that because if you've ever seen drone night vision, especially from this particular drone, which you can find online, you would not have been able to read the sign. It's very unlikely you'd have been able to read the signs on top of the vehicles. So one suggestion is that they're talking about using thermal stickers now, but it does highlight a few issues. It means that communication between the aid workers and the IDF was actually very weak, because on the day of the strike happening, they already opened a new organization dedicated to improving communications, which is like, you'd think if you're in an area which is considered agreed between aid workers and the IDF, but you're still willing to strike targets in there, I don't know why you wouldn't want to have like an enhanced communication project already there, like a communication apparatus. So that is a pretty strong suggestion that even on the IDF's terms, they are just not putting enough measures in place to allow aid workers as safe passage as they can give them. The fact that they needed an atrocity like this to happen to introduce these new measures. And that's a really big problem, especially given that I think this World Central Kitchen, who have ceased operations in Gaza for now, as well as other organizations, is these organizations that are no longer operating in Gaza were supposed to be filling the gap that was left by UNRWA, because UNRWA got defunded by a bunch of international agencies. So they have said that they fired 2 people. They dismissed 2 people. I think they reprimanded 3 more. But this event it's basically impossible for the IDF to spin in any way that makes them look good. There's no way. It just looks like, at best, it's a horrible, horrible failure of communication, as well as just bad eggs, I guess, is their narrative. But the worst interpretation is that they just haven't been pursuing their military operation with the level of care that they should have been, given that they've already changed a few things. It's gotten them into a lot of trouble internationally, especially from the United States. The United States, pretty much after this, gave an ultimatum to Israel, saying that if they don't act immediately to protect Palestinian civilians, they would face potential changes in American policy, which is pretty big. As far as this phone call between Biden and Netanyahu went, it's probably the biggest standoff between an American president and an Israeli prime minister, probably since Bush Sr. in 91, 92, which was when they threatened to withhold American loans in exchange for a settlement freeze. Something like $10 billion worth of loans. So there's a pretty big shift. I think Biden also used the words immediate ceasefire. And very, very shortly after this phone call from Biden to Netanyahu announced that he was going to open the Erez crossing, which is a crossing just up here, which was damaged in October 7th, and another crossing up at the top, another port is going to be opened in Ashdod. So basically, there's going to be a port that's going to allow a bunch of aid coming in through the Mediterranean, and then it's going to go down the road to Erez, and Erez is only about 15 minutes away from Gaza City. Because the problem before now has been that the only crossings were down in Rafah and in Kerem Shalom, which meant that aid that came in here would have to go all the way up through here, and that's why, especially where there's a complete collapse of any kind of law and order or security, then a lot of aid workers just didn't want to go there. So distribution was like basically unfeasible. The port from the Mediterranean that the United States is involved in from Cyprus is about here, but this extra one should hopefully make a pretty big difference because the situation in northern Gaza is so dire. And I think this does show you that as unfortunate, as horrible as it is, and it really shouldn't be the case, is that so many like military decisions, and this is not just the case now, this has been the case as long as Israel's existed, is military decisions don't just depend on what the government wants or what the government considers to be the most humane, or definitely not to do with what's optimum for protecting civilians. Because what also influences their decisions actually is how it plays on the world stage. That's a consideration. I've heard Ben Shapiro say once when he was talking about going into Rafah, his justification for wanting to go in there quickly was that he literally said that there is a ticking clock on how long the world is going to support Israel, on how long it's going to take them to see the civilian death toll or the death toll in Gaza to go up before they start to turn their backs. And that's why Israel needs to move quickly. And it's like, if you're actually making a military decision based on that, like if Rafah is so full of people, but without taking necessary precautions, you would want to go in anyway, because if you go, even if you're more careful and you take longer, then the world will actually look on you worse in that second option. That the world will actually look on you in a worse way if you take longer to do it more carefully than if you do it quickly and without care. That is pretty fucked up, I think, that some people might consider that. But after this US response and after this response from the international community, Israel have very suddenly, as in just today, announced that they were going to withdraw all but one battalion from southern Gaza. They have one brigade remaining, sort of between the north and the south, which is basically securing a corridor, which keeps the enclave split, and that also means that people can't go all the way back up from the south to the north, but it will mean that people in Rafah are going to be able to go into Khan Yunis again. I think that's the idea. And what they seem to be focusing on now for the foreseeable future is that they're going to focus on intelligence-based raids, specific raids in northern and central Gaza. That's the next thing they're going to do. And apparently they're also going to be securing aid corridors from the middle up to the north, which they hadn't had before. So why they've done this? Well, they've said that they've achieved their goals in Khan Yunis. They said that the local Hamas brigade is dismantled. They've said that they've killed thousands of combatants. They said they've killed 30 kilometers worth of tunnels. It could be something that they were just going to do anyway, because the reservists in Khan Yunis have been there for 4 months and they need time to recuperate. But according to the IDF now, Hamas have 24 battalions total from October 7th. 18 of them are dismantled, 4 remain in Rafah, and 2 are in the center of the Strip. So it looks like their focus now is intelligence-based raids in the center of the Strip. Which means, impressively, they have they've actually adopted the Jenk strategy. We're about to see what the Jenk strategy looks like. They've decided to pull back the bulk of their forces, and they're going to focus on special forces raids. That's when an intelligence-based precise raid to attack people and to possibly maybe even rescue hostages. That's special forces. So I don't know. Are we going to see more of these? Like this is, by the way, what special forces do in places like the West Bank. This is how they capture suspects. Is they typically disguise themselves as Arabs and just ruffle people up in the street. Like, it's all very chaotic, Israeli special forces. Obviously, the raids in Gaza will be a bit more organized than this. I don't think they're actually going to go into Rafah or Khan Yunis disguised as customers at the fucking shawarma stand, but yeah, I guess we'll see, you know? Maybe they're going to send this guy in from Fauda, from the series. This fucking baldy chunker. This immovable unit. This has been him from October 7th until now, and what's going to happen in a few seconds is these guys are going to let go. This is actually live footage of the leading guy. As for what happens to the hostages, I have no idea. Looks like Egypt is going to host the next round of talks. Both Israel and Hamas are sending delegations. otherwise, yeah, it looks like international pressure is having an impact. I mean, the Israelis have said that they've done everything they need to do in Khan Yunis, and this isn't incompatible with them planning to take Rafah later on. There is some conjecture that they might be doing what they're doing now to allow people to leave Rafah to go back into Khan Yunis so that they can go back and so that they can go to Rafah when there are less people there. Or it might be that they're quite confident in what they did at the Shifa hospital when they said that Hamas had regrouped there. They went in there, raided the place, and just killed and kidnapped like a few hundred people. They probably think that they can do the same in Khan Yunis. That's one suggestion that's been offered. But yeah, it looks for now that there's been a at least temporary withdrawal from the south, and hopefully some much needed relief is going to be eased into the north. But who knows? Hamas have declared that it was a victory because they see it as a withdrawal. But you know, apparently there's also a Wikipedia war over this. Hang on. Apparently in Wikipedia there has been, isn't there a table where, where's the table actually of all the different events? Is it here? Does anyone have it? The Wikipedia war on Gaza. It'll be in my history somewhere. 1 second. Wiki. Oh, it's list of engagements. Okay. Yeah, here. They've marked a few Palestinian victories, Hamas victories. And I think the footnotes for some of these is that the IDF has withdrawn from Gaza today. And this is the siege of Khan Yunis. So apparently Palestinians have won in Khan Yunis, where the IDF are saying that they are leaving partially because they've dismantled the local Hamas brigade. So yeah, there's actually like a wiki fight going on over disputed, discuss. Fuck me, man. What an absolute state. You know what might be the case is that if this withdrawal holds out and Hamas, well, we know that for one, I think a few hours after Israel pulled out of Khan Yunis, I think like 5 rockets got fired from the city. So there's still activity in there, but whether or not that counts as like a functioning brigade or not is obviously very different. It makes me wonder if this might be a bit similar to what was played out in the Lebanese civil war. Probably not, but when Israel wanted to invade Lebanon in 82, they really, really wanted to go in, but they were not really being given a legitimate casus belli to do so. So even when it was more or less green lit by the Reagan administration, it was really only a yellow light based on a few expectations that were never actually fulfilled. So in the build up to the 82 war, to the Israeli invasion of Lebanon, there were a few attacks that were carried out against Israeli figures internationally, but the ceasefire that was agreed was over the border. It was a ceasefire over the Lebanon-Israel border. So it didn't count when Palestinian militants killed an Israeli person, say, like on the Jordanian border or in Europe. So there were a few times when the state of Israel tried to use those excuses, but it wouldn't fly. There was even one time when they launched a retaliatory raid, just like an airstrike in the south of Lebanon, which is not really like a more of a tit for tat thing than actually like a ceasefire break. But they hit the PLO, and then the PLO were trying to uphold the ceasefire. It seemed to be that they actually were quite studious towards it, but there was one strike from the IDF that was quite bad. So the PLO responded by firing off a rocket barrage, but because they were still trying to avoid an Israeli invasion, they actually deliberately instructed the people with the rockets to miss. They actually just fired them into a bunch of fields, and nothing was damaged. So there was this really, really tense game being played between the PLO and Israel for quite a while before the invasion. But what Israel did eventually was when Abu Nidal, a splinter group that actually opposed the PLO, targeted the Israeli ambassador in London. They shot him. And then that was what Israel used to go into Lebanon, even though the PLO condemned the attack. They didn't have anything to do with it, but they also condemned it. And the PLO did not condemn that many terror attacks at that time. So it's making me wonder now if the IDF are considering international opinion, whether or not they might actually just be waiting for Hamas to regroup and just try something on again. Because I think if Hamas even manages just something, like if they if they murder a couple of hostages, or if they regroup in a particular part of Gaza and the IDF can actually just show it very clearly, then that'll give them the reason to go back in. It could also be the case that they're pulling back reservists because they're expecting an escalation with Hezbollah. That could be a thing as well. But yeah, I think the last 5 days have been pretty illuminating, because I think it tells you a little bit about, potentially quite a bit about IDF operations and how their shortcomings when it came to securing aid routes for humanitarian workers. It tells you about their souring relationship with the United States. It tells you probably about how they will not so subtly respond to international pressure in very clear ways. Like, they're saying that they opened the Rafah crossing and the Ashdod cross and the Ashdod port because they were going to anyway. But it just very conveniently happened a few hours after Biden gave probably the angriest phone call or the angriest communication from an American president to an Israeli prime minister since the 90s. So yeah, it's just not very subtle, if that's the kind of message they were trying to put out, that they were going to do these things for different reasons. Israeli channels are saying the withdrawal is an anticipation of a Rafah offensive. It could be, yeah. It could be, because to go into Rafah, they were going to need to pull up new reservists anyway. They weren't going to take people who had been in Khan Yunis for 4 months and then be like, all right, next stage Rafah. That's not how it works, no. They were going to they would have had to pull up new people to do it anyway. And it is possible now that the IDF leaving Khan Yunis gives people in Rafah the opportunity to go there instead. They're not going to give up on Rafah, especially if they think they've got, because according to the Israelis, they have 24 Hamas battalions and 18 of them have been dismantled. They're not going to leave just 6 Hamas battalions in Gaza and just leave and secure the border again. They're not going. They're never going to do that. I think even with no one in the world supporting them, I don't think they would give up on that goal. Hold on, saying it's not an accident is very misleading. It's clear an accident like friendly fire. I mean not an accident, sorry, with the aid workers. I obviously mean not an accident as in they wanted to hit those vehicles. Not that they knew those were humanitarian aid vehicles. I don't think they knew they were humanitarian aid vehicles. I think their version of the story, which still doesn't make them look good, is believable. I think it's more believable that they thought they were hitting a militant convoy. That doesn't make it okay, though, obviously, because there's still a failure enough that people got dismissed and all that shit. But yeah, I don't mean it wasn't an accident in the sense that they knew they were targeting aid vehicles. If people want to have that discussion, I've said this already. If people want to commit to the idea that Israel first of all, Israel allowed this passage for aid workers, then told the aid workers to go on this passage, knew the aid workers would be here at 11, knew they were international aid workers, decided to strike them anyway because that was their entire goal, which was to kill aid workers, because it's worth all the international condemnation and all the bad fucking blowback for this, because at least 3 aid vehicles wouldn't reach the north of Gaza, which they want to starve. If you think if that's your number one explanation for what happened, given the evidence, I don't want you in my community. You're a waste of fucking space. You're contributing nothing. You're not curious. You don't care about evidence. You're a fucking asshole. Fuck off. That's basically that's kind of where I am on that position. Okay. You can go and watch the 20 million other fucking commentators who have made that conclusion with just as little evidence as you have. So yeah, okay. Anyway. Well, that's where we are. Pretty eventful few days. Who knows? Like the fact that what's your position on reading super chats? Mine was ignored. I read them in bits. I don't always read them immediately, but I do read them. If I ever miss a super chat, pull me up on it. But you super chatted while I was talking and delivering this little presentation that I worked very hard on, by the way. Dwight Baldwin with a $4.99. I really appreciate that. Maybe Israel pulling back until Iran does their planned retaliation. I can't predict anything. No one can, but if Iran does do a planned retaliation, I think it'll be a tit for tat. I don't think Iran has any interest in going to a full-scale war with Israel, but that's just my guess. I think there's kind of like an unspoken rule book that gets followed between these like larger forces, which is that you don't do nothing because you need to convince your people that you're doing something. You need to make it look like you're fighting the fight, but you also want to not do enough. You also want to not do so much that the enemy thinks you're willing to escalate into a full war. So I think you're willing to do enough to let your people know that you're fighting, but you're also willing to restrain enough to tell the other side that you understand the game that's going on, that you understand that escalation is not what we want, which I think is basically what Hezbollah and Israel have been doing. Pope John Balls, thanks for the 6 Canadian 99. Really appreciate that. It wasn't internet entiamal, but they've gotten so used to blackmailing it on Hamas that care is no longer needed for them to murk people. I don't know what most of that meant, but I really appreciate the super chat. You can type it again with the spelling mistakes corrected. I don't know what you're saying. I'm sorry. Raiders Cat, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I want a 1v1 chess match one day, Habibi. I can sell you a 1v1 chess match one day, Habibi. And a tier 1 sub? Oh, man. Tier 1 sub for a chess game? Oh. Pope John Balls, thanks for the 6 Canadian 99. I really appreciate that. Autocorrect ducked me, lol. I meant to say they are used to people going along with their excuses to murk whomever. I don't know what you mean by that. I don't think that's true at all. People do not typically go along with Israel's excuses. Israel's excuses get ridiculed to the fucking ends of the earth by everyone. Biden didn't buy their excuse. I mean, he might have bought it, but he still said that because of the way the rest of the world took it, the voters, etc., Biden got really, really mad at the IDF for it. Because if you take the IDF's version of the story, two things happened. One is that it was a bad apple failure, because they didn't do enough to check whether or not they had misidentified something, especially on a safe route. So that would be a bad apple thing, because they're saying that their procedures weren't followed. But the other side of their story, the other half of their story, which is not incompatible, is that there was also a systemic failure, because there was a systemic failure in that the humanitarian aid orgs and the IDF did not have an appropriate level of communication for doing what they were trying to do, especially in the middle of the night. Do you think the IDF knew there was a good chance the convoy had aid workers in them? Not based on anything they've said. If they did, that would be absolutely insane. Because if the convoy even had aid workers on it, but it also had armed people, that would still not be a good enough reason to hit it. I don't think that the proportionality calculus on that would be outrageous, especially for an aid vehicle, right? Because when you think of an aid vehicle, it's not just the 7 civilians who are in the aid vehicles, it's also the unspecified number of people who need that aid who are affected. That's really, yeah, that would be insane. Anyway. Also, aid workers are allowed to be armed. Yeah, it wasn't just that. Well, I don't know if they're allowed to have armed escorts with them. I'd imagine they probably would for protection. Jamie, I don't know why you're still so committed to WCK being written at the top of the vehicle, given that this happened at 11 at night, and given that these drones do not have good enough night vision cameras that they can read writing on a truck. I'm pretty sure their night vision shows up gray and fuzzy. So to say that they definitely saw the writing on the vehicles, I don't think that's substantiated at all. I don't think that's backed up by anything. They had to security. So what that could suggest is that they had security, but because of the lack of communication, which again is a systemic problem, not like a whoopsie, it's like a systemic problem, would be that the aid workers had armed people with them who were not Hamas, but because some people, even those people who had oversight over this area, which was considered a humanitarian route, didn't know about this particular convoy and just thought they were looking at a militant convoy. Which again points to the systemic issue that I mentioned, the systemic failure that they didn't know that there were people who either didn't know or weren't able to, or didn't check properly whether or not the armed people that they were looking at were helping aid workers or whether or not they were Hamas.
Completely off topic, but if you were made Emperor of Lebanon, what would be the first 3 political decisions you would do to improve things domestically there?
I don't know. I would ban sectarianism. I'd make it illegal. And if you do sectarian shit, you get 400 life sentences in the electric chair. Okay. That's that bit, I think. Oh God, now you guys are piling in with the donos. I suppose I worked hard for them today. God damn it. Hard job. Hardest, you might say. I think that was a good presentation, though. I think that particular presentation, I'm happy with that one. That was, I feel like the flow was better. I feel like we did some jokes. I feel like it was quite informative. I feel like we had some analysis. Good. Do you share a link to view your notes? That one, I want to attach notes to segments. That's what I want to do. So when I can do that.
Fair point, it just wouldn't have made this much of an impact if it was all Palestinians. They would have simply claimed they were all Hamas, and with no one to verify, we would agree with them.
Thanks for the $13.99. I really appreciate that. Yeah, that's probably true. If you look at what was done because this became a huge story because it was international aid workers. If it had been 7 Palestinians, would we know? Would that news have ever gone anywhere? Like, probably not. Yeah, that's a really big problem. It's really worrying as well. Anyway. Damning, one might say. First, the drone unit said it saw Hamas terrorists climb onto one of the trucks and fire into the air. Way of sending signals regarding positions. Action point 3, the convoy split up. Point 4, the convoy entered a hangar, which obscured which vehicles might be going in and out. This is more or less what I was saying. I don't know what. So they saw trucks of armed people entering a hangar, but then the people who came out were aid workers, and they thought they were they thought they were hitting the armed people who went in. Again, that shows you the failure of communication. There's 2 hangars. Oh. There's actually quite a bit more here. First 4 action points. The IDF drone unit refrained from attacking the aid trucks because they questioned their commanders and were ordered by Division 162 not to, despite suspicion of Hamas terrorists being involved. IDF tried to call aid workers, was unable to reach them. Okay. The IDF tried to call the aid workers involved in the field, was unable to reach them. WCK headquarters tried to call the aid workers, did not answer. When they left the hangar, the drone unit believed that these were not the same vehicles that they thought were the Hamas vehicles, or that around 4 operatives had joined or taken over the convoy. Mistaken identity issue could not lead to criminal charges. Well, yeah, because negligence is a bit different from recklessness or intent to harm. They believed the order not to attack no longer applied. Oh, there's a lot more detail here. When did this one come out? Oh, today. The IDF dismissed 2 senior IDF officers and censored 3 others. Okay, we know that. 7 different action points in the incident. The drone unit saw multiple suspicious actions starting after 10 p.m. Monday. First, the drone unit said it saw Hamas terrorists climb onto one of the trucks and fire in the air at what it called Action Point 2. According to the IDF, this tactic is frequent and is used by Hamas to send signals to other Hamas fighters in the area regarding his position. The fuck is this, dude? Okay. At point 3, the convoy split up. Action 4, the convoy entered a hangar which obscured which vehicles might be going in and out, and who might be in the vehicles compared to who was in the vehicles before entering the hangar. It's almost like if you take out telecom services, it's hard to call people. If they're calling and they don't answer, that's not a telecom thing. Like, okay, whatever. I don't think they're saying the line was dead. In the first 4 action points, the drone unit refrained from attacking the aid trucks because they questioned their commanders and were ordered not to, despite suspicion of Hamas terrorists being involved. Tried to call aid workers, unable to reach them. So we've already done this bit. When vehicles left the hangar, the IDF drone unit believed that these were not the same vehicles and thought that these were Hamas vehicles, or that around 4 operatives had joined or taken over the convoy. Okay? According to the IDF, attacking the trucks after all of this was a mistaken identity issue. The drone unit believed the order didn't apply. Had the right to engage the trucks. Also, they did it just assuming they had the green light. Jesse, how are you reading this saying so they knew it was aid workers? What the fuck are you talking about? This story is giving you the complete opposite. How can you read something and just draw the complete opposite conclusion from it? That's so weird. The drone unit had thermal imaging that did not see the WCK workers sign posted on the roof of the trucks. Let me double check. You're saying there were 2 hangars, but here they're saying entered a hangar. It sounds like it sounds like they're saying there was a hangar, which meant that they didn't know, which they saw suspects going into a hangar, but this is the same hangar that the aid workers came out of. So they didn't know who was going into the hangar and who was coming out. Because it seems to me that the aid workers came out of the hangar that they apparently saw suspects going into. Oh yeah, here are the action points. Convoy splits. Yeah, so they go into, so wait, this one here goes into, yeah, so they go into hangar A. The suspects go into hangar A, but then one vehicle leaves hangar A and goes to hangar B. So basically they see armed suspect on this convoy with additional vehicles. They go into hangar A, and then coming out of hangar A later on are the aid workers who go onto this road. But then another single vehicle goes to hangar B at around the same time, or a bit earlier. So basically they're following, so it sounds like they're seeing hangar A, and they see people coming out of hangar A who apparently went in who were suspects. So they see suspects entering hangar A, and then they target people who came out of hangar A, which suggests that they misidentified. Anyway. Hmm. I don't even know. So with this convoy here that they saw first, did this convoy here have anything to do with the aid workers? Were these the same trucks, or? Because they went through the welcome center and additional vehicles joined. So maybe they thought Hamas was hiding amongst the convoy workers. Which I wonder if they could, because if you're an aid worker and Hamas people just kind of like join you, just come next to you for safety, to keep themselves safe, like you wouldn't stop them, would you? Unless they kill you. But I don't know if that's exactly how it works. Based on a false understanding that they had Hamas in them. Is that what they say? I don't know if that's what they say, though. Scarlett, did they say that they thought they were targeting an aid convoy that just had Hamas in them, so they knew they were hitting aid workers, but also Hamas? Is that what they're saying? I don't think they were saying that. Why would they say that they couldn't read the fucking signs? The official statement released yesterday. I thought I saw the statement from today where they said that they didn't know. Strike conducted with no awareness that these were WCK vehicles. That's what Hagari said in his statement. So unless they've updated it. They knew it was aid going into the hangar, but not coming out. They're not saying they knew it was WCK vehicles while attacking. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought they didn't know that they were hitting WCK vehicles. I thought they believed they were hitting Hamas vehicles. Yeah. That's why I don't think they haven't claimed to be doing this based on proportionality. They haven't claimed that. Anyway, okay, we're fine. We know. Okay. I'll keep that for later though. Anyway. Negligence question mark? Yeah. Owen Jones. I can't be fucked watching the Owen Jones thing, man. What a mess. At the very start, did they know there were 8 trucks? I don't know. I don't know. Because it looks like they're saying that they saw suspicious activity at the start, which would suggest that they weren't looking at, they don't think they were looking at 8 trucks. So action point 1, as the convoy goes south from the pier, they said that they saw suspicious actions, a Hamas terrorist climbing onto one of the trucks and firing in the air, which looks like what Hamas does to get other people to join them, basically, to let people know where they are. And then there's the split where they follow the wrong people or some shit. Or even where they follow the right people, but they follow them into a hangar, so they don't know who's out. Anyway. High command knew about both 8 trucks and the pickup trucks, but lower command didn't get the update about additional vehicles joining them along the way. Well, if you have evidence for that, you're more than welcome to show me, because I did not read that anywhere. What a mess. Absolute state. Did anyone in the vehicle survive? I don't think so. Miscommunication between commands? Yeah, I've seen that. I don't know what exactly the miscommunication was. Anyway. Trade pamphlet of the Hermes 450. Wow, look at that. Okay, whatever. Too expensive. I'm not buying one. But it was that one, yeah. I know the official claim is they didn't know it was WCK. I've said like a million times, Scarlett, I know. I'd have actually been quite surprised if they thought they were hitting 8 vehicles because they saw 1 gunman there, or even 2. That's weird. Okay. But people will take it or leave it, won't they? You're talking to chat. Well. Oh, wait. I'm able to do something new now. Kick or stay. What? Kick or keep. Keep or kick. Hermes. Do I contemn Hermes? Yeah, I probably do. All right. Fuck you guys. I want to get my dinner, so I'm going to send you off, okay? We're going to raid. I've never actually raided this person on YouTube before, so we actually can now. That's nice. Okay. Thanks for sticking around, folks. I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.